morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of Growers Information Day. Our presentations are mostly focused on onions today, but a few notes before we start. The exit fire doors, we have one here, one front door, the back door, and we have one exit in the onion storage door. And for the washrooms, you can see the signs. There's one right at the beginning of the hallway and the other one at the end. And we're going to start with the first presentation. The speaker is Brian Nault. He's going to join us online, and he will talk about the onion maggot management.
Well, thank you for the introduction, and I appreciate the invitation to join you all today, and I appreciate the accommodation so that I can do this via Zoom. All right, so I'm going to talk about controlling onion maggot with onion seed treatments. And, you know, for a number of years, a group of us have gotten together and sought out to evaluate different insecticide seed treatments. And that group has always included Alan Taylor, who is a seed scientist at Cornell Agritech with me. And he has treated seeds in the past, and here lately he's just arranged to have seeds treated. Mary Ruth McDonald and Kevin Vanderkoy at Guelph, Rob Wilson at California, and Tim Waters at Washington State. And we've never had group funding or formal funding for this project. We've just sought funds from our various commodity groups and that type of thing. But it's been a really good group, and we typically go over the results every year. And at one point, we realized that, you know, we may be dealing with different maggot species, and that perhaps sometimes when our results don't line up, maybe that's because we're dealing with different maggots. So that was one of the objectives that we wanted to kind of nail down over the past couple of years, is to identify which maggot species were most common in our different regions, and then evaluate our seed treatments. So this is an outline of what I'm going to cover this morning. I'm going to talk about what we found in terms of maggot species prevalence in our various regions, the efficacy of the seed treatments that we were evaluating, and then just some guidelines that I'm going to try to suggest for you all in Ontario and Quebec. And I may need to be set straight by Mary Ruth, because we haven't had a chance to talk about this previously, but I'm going to give it a shot. So first of all, we do know that two of the major maggot species infesting onion include the seed corn maggot and the onion maggot. They're close cousins, both in the same genus, but they differ in species. The main difference between these two is that the seed corn maggot is considered a generalist and the onion maggot a specialist. So the seed corn maggot can feed on decaying organic material, but will attack onions. The onion maggot can only feed on onion and related members of the Allium genus. And you can find these maggots in onions very early on, as early as, say, the second leaf stage, all the way through harvest. But typically it's the ones that attack the onions early in the season that cause the most damage, because they kill the plants. So anyway, the first question that we had was to identify which species was most common in the western part of the US and the eastern part of North America. So these are the general areas that we collected maggots from: the Pacific Northwest and the kind of the eastern Great Lakes region. And more specifically in the west, we had collections from the Columbian Basin, from the Treasure Valley there in eastern Oregon and western Idaho, and then finally in the Klamath Basin in northern California. And then in the east, from the Holland Marsh, and I think most of those maggots were collected probably there at the experiment station, and then all throughout New York. And this study was coordinated by a PhD student in my program, Leo Salgado. And as I mentioned, these collections occurred in 2022 and 2023. Basically, maggots were removed from infested plants, put in alcohol, then sent to us. And then Leo is responsible for the identifications. So in terms of identifying these maggots, you know, oftentimes seed corn maggots are smaller than onion maggots, but that's really not the best criterion to differentiate them. The best way is actually to look at the anterior spiracle. Yes, the anterior spiracle. And this is right behind the head of the maggot. And if you look real carefully, you count the number of papillae, these little lobes that you can see here on that anterior spiracle. And the onion maggot has 9 to 12, whereas the seed corn maggot has 6 to 8. And of course, you can't see this with the naked eye. You have to use a microscope. And that's exactly what was done. So Nate Hessler, who is a research technician in my program, spent many, many, many hours looking at these anterior spiracles to differentiate onion maggots from seed corn maggots. This is a really laborious project, as you can imagine. And just because we wanted to be really, really sure that the morphological identifications were correct, we took a subsample of our maggots and then ran them through DNA barcoding to confirm that they were either Delia platura or Delia antiqua. So we extracted the DNA, then used PCR, focused on the CO1 barcoding gene. And here, Oli Petrovic, another technician in my program, conducted a lot of these. And then we amplified the DNA, sequenced them, and to make the long story a little shorter, sure enough, the maggots that we morphologically identified as either seed corn maggot or onion maggot were indeed those species based on the CO1 gene. All right, so this is what we found. If you look at this chart, we've got the west and the east, the different locations, the states, and state and province in this case. And the middle column here are the total number of maggots over these 2 years that were either seed corn maggot or onion maggot. And then we had some maggots that actually were something different. And we were just in the process of identifying them. But really, most of the maggots, 93%, were either seed corn maggot or onion maggot. The others were 7%. And these were typically maggots were secondary invaders. Like we found the black onion fly, we found some high-botted flies, and then in Oregon, we found something called the spotted root maggot. But again, these are likely more secondary in nature and really were a minor story. So what did we find? So this is the proportion of the species, onion maggot in red, seed corn maggot in blue. And in the samples from Northern California, part of the Columbia Basin in Washington were 100% seed corn maggots, whereas in Oregon, a majority were onion maggot. If we look at the east, New York and Ontario, same trend. Most of them were onion maggot. Now, if we drill down a little bit more closely and look at the data from New York, because we have a lot more maggots from New York, we see that in direct seeded fields, or direct seeded onion plants where maggots were removed, we see that overall, there's pretty much the same trend from southeastern New York and Orange County to western New York and Orleans, and then everywhere in between, that a majority was indeed the onion maggot. 83% were onion maggot, 10% seed corn maggot. However, if we look at transplants and sets, even though overall we see pretty much the same trend, we did see some locations where we had a lot more seed corn maggot. For example, in Orange County, a lot of these transplants had a lot more seed corn maggots than onion maggots compared with direct seeded onion plants. Oswego, however, the same exact trend, didn't really matter. And then in Yates County, and this was a particular location that was not on muck, this was mineral soil, we saw almost exclusively seed corn maggot. So this is something we want to follow up on. But it's important to know because as we know, that certain insecticides are more effective against certain maggot species than others. Okay, so that ends the first part. The next is the seed treatment research results from 2023. Okay, so we have high maggot pressure on our mucks in New York. And if an insecticide isn't used at planting, we can have extreme losses in stand. As many of you probably have heard, that chlorpyrifos was banned in the United States in February of 2022. It was banned in New York about a year before that. And some of you also may have heard that there was a decision made that forced EPA to review this decision. And again, to make a long story a little shorter, yes, that is true. And the EPA is going to allow chlorpyrifos to be used on 11 different crops, at least temporarily, but none of those crops include onion or any other allium species. So for all practical purposes, chlorpyrifos is still banned on onion in the United States. A lot of our growers really, really like using something in furrow at planting, even if they have an insecticide on the seed. And over the years, I've looked at a number of different insecticides, and here's a list of many of them that I've looked at. And they belong to different classes of insecticides. All of them were used in furrow in muck soils. And basically what I found is that none of them worked. None of them worked in my trials anyway. Why? Not really sure, but all I know is that they didn't work. And talking with collaborators across the US, only one person, Tim Waters from Washington State, has had some success with diazinon applied. I think it was maybe broadcast and incorporated for seed corn maggot control. So in terms of seed treatments, what is new? Well, the newest, and I've got this in quotes, seed treatment for maggot control in the US is called Lumiverd. And the reason why it's in quotes is because it's not really new. The active ingredient isn't new for us. It's been available as regard, typically as a seed treatment package that Syngenta has been marketing called Farmore FI500. So growers have had it since maybe around, say, 2010. And it includes spinosad at a rate of 0.2 milligrams AI per seed. Well, things have changed beginning last year, and Corteva has taken that active ingredient back. They've formulated it a little bit differently. Now it's an 80% WP, and it's called Lumiverd. And that was commercially available in 2023 in the US. And it's going to be used quite a bit in 2024 in the United States. So this is OMRI listed, and it is only available as a commercial seed treatment. There is another active ingredient that's in the pipeline. It's one of Syngenta's products. It's called isocycloserum, and right now they're using the term planazoline technology, but I've been told that that's just temporary. There will be something that's maybe a little easier to say and remember. But at any rate, it's a new class, or belongs to a new class of chemistry called the isoxazolines. And right now in the United States, Syngenta is hopeful to get a Section 3 label. That would be a federal label for planazoline technology on bulb crops, including onion, for foliar use. And that would be sometime in late summer this year. And in terms of the seed treatment, the seed treatment use is not going to go on the federal label. This is going to come probably a couple, 2 to 3 years later. At least that's the idea at this point in time. Okay, so in terms of what is available in the United States for managing maggots using seed treatments, we have 4 options. We have Lumiverd, which is spinosad, Trigard, which is cyrimazine. You all have Governor, and then Cruiser, which is thiamethoxam, and then Suppresto, which is clothianidin and imidacloprid. The last 2 are neonics. And in terms of how they perform against the 2 maggot species, for seed corn maggot, typically Lumiverd has been really, really effective. Trigard and Cruiser, not very effective, and Suppresto has been good, at least prior to what I'm going to tell you. And this is information basically based on opinions from the group listed below. Christy Hopedean, colleague of mine in Cornell Cooperative Extension in New York, Rob Wilson, Tim Waters, and Stuart Wrights. And then in terms of onion maggot, Lumiverd has been excellent for onion maggot control, as has Trigard for many years. Cruiser has not been very good, and Suppresto has been either poor to good, depending on the year. So based on what I just showed you, it seems like kind of a no-brainer that growers would want to use Lumiverd because it's got really good activity against both seed corn maggot and onion maggot. However, we know that onion maggot is notorious for developing resistance to insecticides. And it would be not a very good idea for growers to use the same seed treatment every single year in the same field, especially in a lot of our fields that aren't rotated, because these onion maggots are going to hang out in these fields and they're going to be there year after year, that this could be a real disaster for insecticide resistance. So it's really important to find other products and other strategies that would minimize the development of resistance to something like Lumiverd. So the goal was to identify what alternatives could be to rotate with Lumiverd. And as I mentioned, some of the options are right in front of you. But as I just showed you, we know that, say, Trigard, for example, is good against onion maggot, but not so good against seed corn maggot. So in areas in the West where, say, seed corn maggot is prevalent, Trigard is not going to be a good option. So at any rate, what we wanted to do is look at these different products and combinations of products that would be effective against our particular maggot species in the different areas that I just mentioned earlier. So that was the question. What are the most effective seed treatments? And I'm going to show you just results from last year. And we had 12 different treatments. The first one was just the fungicide-only control. And the next ones were the products that I just mentioned by themselves. So Trigard, Lumiverd, Plinazolin Technology, Cruiser, and Suppresto by themselves. And then the next set of 6 treatments were combinations. And the idea here was that we had either Trigard, Lumiverd, or Plinazolin, and then paired with one of the neonics, either Cruiser or Suppresto. And the idea behind this was that in most locations, or primarily in New York, let's say, that Cruiser and Suppresto were not going to be considered standalone treatments based on our previous data. So, but they could be used to potentially enhance the activity of either Trigard, Lumiverd, or Plinazolin. So that was the idea behind it. And this was trial was conducted in 1 location in California, 2 in Washington State, 4 in New York, and 1 in Ontario. All of the seed treatments also included fungicides, the Farmore F300 package, and then Evergold Prime for onion smut. And they were all treated, the same set of seeds, same variety, treated by Cam Turtur in Nebraska. Unfortunately, in 2023, it was not a very good year for onion maggot or seed corn maggot research. That was great for the growers, but the hot and dry conditions in May and early June just were not all that good. So unfortunately, not all the trials were successful. And also in the interest of time, I'm only going to show you results from 3 of the trials. And I'm going to start with the one in California. And I'm just going to walk you through the data. First of all, the y-axis, or the dependent variable, was final stand count in July 11th. So this was enough time for certainly at least 1 or 2 generations of seed corn maggots to be completed. And typically at this point, the stand that you're going to see here is probably going to be the stand that you're going to get at the end of the season. So the higher the bars, the better the treatment. Okay, so first I'm going to show you the results of the standalone treatments, okay, none of the combinations. And if we look over here, the best stand were in onions that had the Suppresto seed treatment. Next in line was Plinazolin, and then Cruiser. So none of these 3 treatments differed statistically from each other. And then Lumiverd, which was a bit surprising. This is actually significantly lower than Suppresto, although it didn't differ from Plinazolin or Cruiser. And then next was Trigard, which was not a big surprise, right? We've always known that Trigard has not been the best product for seed corn maggot, and the predominant species at this Tule Lake location was seed corn maggot. And then no insecticide came in last. And there was a 42% reduction in stand when no insecticide was used. Now let's look at the combination treatments. And essentially what you see here, the best treatments, all the ones that have A here in the AB, included Plinazolin, regardless of whether it was paired with Cruiser or Suppresto, Lumiverd with Suppresto, Trigard Suppresto, and Lumiverd and Cruiser. All right, so a lot, again, because the neonics did relatively well here, adding another product to it really didn't enhance control at all. Okay, I think that's all that I wanted to mention on this. Okay, now we're going to move to Bradford. So these were data that Mary Ruth and Kevin collected. And now the dependent variable is different. This is the percentage of plants killed by maggots. So here you want to see the lowest bars, all right, because the lowest bars would be the best treatments. And here, pressure, like I said earlier, was just not all that high compared with previous years. So overall, even the no insecticide control had only about 10% of the plants killed by maggots, so pretty low. And here, again, because of the lower pressure, the only treatment that was better than no insecticide at all was a combination of Lumiverd plus Cruiser. Now we're going to move on to Oswego, New York. And again, out of the 4 locations in New York, we only had 1 successful trial. And this was one in Oswego in a location where we've had really, really high onion maggot pressure. Usually in the no insecticide control, we have 80 to 90% of the plants being killed. This year, or excuse me, in 2023, it was only about 35%. Because I believe because of the dry conditions at the time when eggs were hatching. So there were 2 really big surprises in our trial. I guess 3. One is that we had lower pressure, but the other was that Lumiverd failed to control the maggots. And I'm going to return to an explanation of why. The other big surprise was that our neonics, Suppresto and Cruiser, actually reduced the amount of damage. And a lot of times we don't see that. And that the neonics, Suppresto and Cruiser, provided a similar level of control, if you will, or reduction in damage as Plinazolin and Trigard. Now, if we fill in with the different combinations, basically we don't see any significant differences in control compared with Suppresto alone. But what we do see is that numerically anyway, that our better treatments were Plinazolin plus Suppresto and Trigard plus Suppresto. So again, below 5% of the plants being killed, which is what our growers are really looking for. So we see just a couple highlights here. Trigard plus Cruiser, which is been is one of the standards now that growers are using in the new Farmore FI 500 package, which includes fungicides, Trigard and Cruiser. We see 72% control, but it's not below that 5%. And then Lumiverd plus Cruiser, which is basically the standard Farmore FI 500 that we had for years. And again, decent, but not below that 5%. Okay. That's all I wanted to mention in terms of what our results showed us in 2023. So why did Lumiverd fail to control maggots in New York? We had a significant stand loss. It was really, really surprising. Well, for one thing, spinosad, as I mentioned previously, that was used in the standard Farmore FI 500 package, has been used annually on this farm since about 2010. Finally, the grower did not use it in most of this one field last year, but we had many years of continual use. If we look at the control of using spinosad in this field since 2017, we see that really in no year, all the way through, did we really get good control with spinosad by itself. You can see, yeah, the level of damaged plants was reduced using spinosad, but it was never reduced below, say, 5%. It kind of bounced around here a little bit. But here in 2023, that was the first year where we did not see that significant difference in the percentage of plants killed when we had spinosad on the seed compared with when we didn't. So, of course, this begs the question, is the reason why this failed is because the population has finally developed resistance to spinosad to a point where a majority of the population was resistant. Well, the only way to really know if that's true is to do a bioassay. So we collected maggots from infested plants, we took them to our laboratory in Geneva, and we reared them out and then conducted these assays to see whether or not they're resistant. And here are the results. So let me walk you through this. First of all, data in 2018 was conducted by a previous graduate student using an assay that was nearly identical to what we used in 2021 and 2023, but there were some slight differences. So we see the LC50, and for those of you who are not familiar with what an LC50 is, basically it's the lethal concentration that will kill 50% of the population. So the higher the number, the more poison it takes to kill the maggots, i.e. more insensitive. And so what you see here, if we just focus on this column, that over time we see this increase in LC50, which means that the population is becoming insensitive to spinosad, all right, or potentially resistant to spinosad. And we see that this is significantly greater in 2023 than in 2021 and greater in 2021 than 2018. So the trend is definitely in favor of resistance development. But for resistance to occur, you have to have a control failure. And indeed, that's exactly what we had. So this graph here is basically what I showed you earlier with the bar graph. But these numbers here, it would be the percent reduction in plants killed by maggots. And what you see prior to 2023, it kind of bounced around from 33% reduction to 64% reduction. And here we see an LC50 of the population of 28, and then it skyrockets up here in 2021. But, we still had actually better control in the field than in this particular year. But finally, in 2023, we just see this complete collapse. We don't see any control, and now we see this high level of resistance. So again, this is just in one field that is occurring in New York. It's not, we don't know if it's widespread. We haven't done the research, but certainly it's something that our growers need to be very concerned about in the future. Okay, so I'm going to finish up now talking about the guidelines for seed treatment use. And so we've revised this chart a bit based on results from this past year. And essentially, what we've done is downgraded Lumiverd from excellent to very good, because again, it did, even in California, it wasn't, one of the best treatments. And in New York, of course, in the one field I showed you, well, it was resistant, but it's still been working relatively well for our growers. And the big change here is Suppresto. Suppresto was a good. We've elevated it to a very good, at least for seed corn maggot. And of course, I know you all in Canada have used it. It's one of your standards. It's good. Maybe you all would actually consider it very good. So I just want to talk about guidelines. I'm going to throw New York in there because that's my perspective, and we're not too far away from you all in Ontario. Is that Lumiverd, I think, really needs a partner, either with Cruiser or Suppresto, and the same thing for Trigard. It really needs to be compared with one of the neonics to really provide the best control. And then for Ontario, Suppresto is one of your standards, and then Governor, and I assume Governor is not used by itself, that you want to have Cruiser on there as well, maybe to pick up some seed corn maggots, even though maybe it's not the best product in the world for seed corn maggot. And then in terms of resistance management, it's really key not to use the same product year after year after year. And for you all in Canada, you've got Suppresto and Governor, and I've heard rumor that Lumiverd is maybe some in the sights, that maybe in the future, hopefully near future, that you all will have Lumiverd. So why should there be a rotation? So we know that onion maggot, a lot more so than seed corn maggot, is likely to develop resistance to insecticides. There are 3 generations per year that we have in our area, but the seed treatments are only going to control that first generation. So for the second and third generations, there's not going to be any selection pressure because there's no active ingredient left in those plants that will select for resistance. So the idea here is, let's say in Canada, you all have Suppresto on your seed. That's going to target that first generation in 2024, but maybe in 2025, change it up. Maybe Lumiverd will be labeled and legal to use. That would be great. And that may be the product to use. So the idea here is that you have a total of 6 generations over these 2 years but only one of those generations will be exposed to Sopresto, and only one of those generations will be exposed to spinosad. So this ideally would slow down the evolution of resistance to either one of these two products. If you all have governor and cruiser on the seed, then basically the same principle applies here, is that you could use that in 2024 and then maybe Lumibird in 2025. Now, if Lumibird is not a possibility in the near future, I would be very hesitant to recommend a rotation of governor plus cruiser and then Sopresto, because cruiser is a neonic and Sopresto is a neonic, and you would still have a neonic in that field, continuously, which is again a recipe for resistance development. Okay, so the final slide here. Seed core maggot was dominant in California and Washington, onion maggot dominant in our part of the world. We have what appears to be the first case of resistance to spinosad in one of our onion maggot populations. And the best performing registered seed treatments were Sopresto and Lumibird for seed core maggot, Trigard, Lumibird, and Sopresto for onion maggot. And again, some of the combinations performed at least numerically better than any one of these by themselves. Rotate classes of active ingredients to delay the onset of resistance. And then in terms of what's in the pipeline, planazoline could be something that's going to provide yet another class that we can rotate with. So future research would be to repeat what I just showed you in 2024. I want to continue to look at new active ingredients when they become available. And because we do have some issues with legislation to ban neonics as seed treatments on certain crops, not on vegetable crops other than sweet corn so far, it's something that we need to maybe wean ourselves back from. And then finally, I want to thank all of the cooperators and collaborators on this. And let's see, it looks like I may be a little long here. I don't know if there's time for questions, but if there are, I would be happy to address one or two.
Thank you, Brian. Very useful information about onion maggots. Do you have any questions for Brian? Yes.
Yeah, Brian, Mark Upton. I was wondering what farm did you do your research there in Oswego?
Unfortunately, Mark, I heard that's Mark Upton, I believe, but I couldn't hear the question.
Well, which farm in Oswego?
Oh, what farm in Oswego? So this was the O'Connor field of Jacobson Farms. And it was just in my research trial where this failure occurred. We have not seen any failures on a large scale at this point in time. So that's the good news. And I think probably that's because a lot of our growers are using seed treatments that are combinations of products. So you're not ever going to see spinosad by itself. It's going to be paired with something else. And so I think maybe that's why we haven't seen any control failures, but it's certainly something we need to be really, really careful about.
Thank you. Any other question? If not, thank you, Brian. We're going to move to the next presenter. It's Julia Scicluna. She's a master's student at University of Guelph, and she's going to talk about the Stemphylium management on onion.
Hi, everyone. Today I will be discussing our efforts to manage Stemphylium on onions. I'll be talking about our fungicide efficacy trials, some of our work on fungicide resistance, and our attempts to forecast the disease. So I'm sure a lot of you have seen an onion like the one in that picture in your fields and are somewhat familiar with Stemphylium leaf blight, but I'll just give a bit of background. Essentially, this disease is caused by the fungal pathogen Stemphylium vesicarium, which was first reported in Ontario in 2008. And since then, it has become the most common foliar disease of onions that we see in the Holland Marsh. So our research focuses on Stemphylium infecting onion, but it also causes disease on a wide range of other crops, such as asparagus, garlic, pear, and it can also cause asymptomatic infection on other plants like weeds, which grow in onion fields. Normally, we see that the disease is most severe between July and September. And one of the major symptoms that we see is leaf dieback, which unfortunately has the potential to reduce yield in some cases. And one of the issues with this is that it limits the uptake of the sprout inhibitor, malic hydrazide, which needs 5 green leaves to be taken up, and that Stemphylium dieback can cause it to not be taken up properly by the plant, and bulbs can then sprout over the winter. So typically for Stemphylium, the first symptoms we see are oval, yellow to tan, water-soaked lesions. We also start to see some leaf tip dieback, which is a very common symptom in our fields. And as the disease progresses throughout the season, we start to see those yellow to tan lesions look sunken and brown to black. They almost look dirty due to the sporulation of the pathogen in the leaves, and that original leaf tip dieback has now caused death of the leaves. Next, I'll talk a little bit about the life cycle of this pathogen. It can overwinter on onion leaves in the field. And then in the spring, once it starts to warm up and we get some rain, the pathogen will release spores from that onion debris, which will eventually go on to infect the onions. After those first onions are infected, those leaves will produce spores, which then infects other onions in the field until the entire field becomes infected. We have seen a range of disease severity over time since we started tracking this in 2011. Fortunately, most years we do see moderate to low disease pressure, but when conditions are conducive for the disease, which is years where we have a lot of rain and warm temperatures, like in 2015 and 2023, we do see high disease severity. Stemphylium is currently predominantly managed by fungicide applications, which typically start at the 3rd to 4th true leaf stage, which is when we start to see symptoms reported in the fields. Usually this is around late June or early July, and these applications continue until August when the onions lodge. Unfortunately, there are only 7 products that are registered for suppression of Stemphylium leaf blight in onions. These are Quadris Top, Luna Tranquility, Circadus, Aprovia or Aprovia Top, Miravis Duo, Maravon, and Allegro. The IPM program does not recommend the application of Quadris Top or Luna Tranquility anymore, as we have found high levels of fungicide resistance to these active ingredients. One thing to point out is that most of these active ingredients contain at least 1 FRAC group 7 fungicide, which makes them difficult to rotate. But in 2023, Allegro was registered, which is a FRAC group 29. So we're hoping this will be useful in rotation with those FRAC group 7 fungicides. In our recent fungicide efficacy trials, we've tested the registered products Miravis Duo, Circadus, Maravon, and Allegro. We've also looked at Sevia and Dithane, which are not registered for Stemphylium, but they are registered for other diseases of onions. And we've also looked at some biological products like T77 and Serafel, which are not currently registered on onion, but we're looking for future options that could be used in rotation with our group 7 fungicides. One thing to note is that there is a range of application intervals for these products on the fungicide label, but typically in our trials, we're applying the systemic products like Miravis Duo, Circatus, and Maravon at a 10 to 14 day interval, while we're applying the protectant fungicides like Allegro and Diethane at closer to a 7-day interval. In 2021, we did see some differences in our fungicide efficacy trial. So we saw that Miravis Duo had the lowest disease, while Circatus and Maravon also had a slight reduction in disease compared to the control. Unfortunately, we didn't see a lot of differences with any other products, and the ones that did reduce disease had a slight reduction, but we did see a little bit of difference with these. In 2023, unfortunately, even with high disease pressure, we saw less differences. We didn't see any differences compared to our control, but Miravis Duo was numerically the treatment with the least disease, which was better than Diethane and Circatus. One thing to note is that in this trial, the systemic fungicides like Miravis Duo and Circatus were applied at a 10 to 14 day interval. We had a second trial on station in 2023, which also tested Miravis Duo and included Allegro. In this trial, we did see a difference with Miravis Duo compared to the check, unlike in the previous trial. One potential reason for that is that these fungicides were applied at a 7-day interval versus the 10 to 14 day interval. This isn't necessarily the reason we saw a difference, as there were a few other differences between the trials, but it is something to note. Overall, in this trial, Allegro had the lowest disease severity of the registered products, so we're hoping this product will be useful in rotation moving forward. Next, I'll talk a little bit about fungicide resistance, which is probably one of the reasons we're not seeing a lot of efficacy in our recent field trials. So fungicide resistance typically develops from applying fungicides with the same mode of action or the same active ingredient multiple times throughout the same growing season. Unfortunately, Stemphylium does have a high risk for developing resistance due to its life cycle. But one thing you can do to decrease resistance is rotate your high and moderate risk fungicide groups with low risk groups. Typically, the group 11 fungicides, which includes Quadristop, have the highest risk of developing resistance, while the group 3 or 7 fungicides like Miravis Duo have a moderate risk of developing resistance, and usually the multi-site fungicides like the group M or 29 fungicides such as Allegro have a low risk of developing resistance. We've been looking at fungicide resistance since 2018, and from 2018 to 2020, we did see very high levels of resistance to azoxystrobin, which is the active ingredient in Quadristop, and that's why we no longer recommend applying this product for Stemphylium. Unfortunately, for fluopyram, which is an active ingredient in Luna Tranquility, we also see that really high level of resistance. And with pyromethanol, we see a moderate level of resistance, which is, again, why we're not recommending this fungicide for use on Stemphylium at this time. More recently, we've looked at penflufen, which is the active ingredient in the Evergrol Prime and Pen 240 seed treatments, and also fluxapyroxad, which is the active ingredient in Maravon and Circatus. And unfortunately, we have also seen an increase in resistance to both of these products since 2014. For Evergrol Prime, we're seeing 100% resistance in all of our samples in 2020, while we're seeing 58% of our samples being resistant to Maravon or Circatus in 2023. One thing to mention is that Evergrol Prime wasn't originally registered for Stemphylium. It's registered for onion smut, and it's still an effective product against that disease. We're just not seeing any effect on Stemphylium anymore. So that brings the question of what fungicides are still options for managing Stemphylium. As I mentioned, Quadristop and Luna Tranquility, we don't recommend due to that really high level of resistance. Circadus and Maravon have moderate levels of resistance and can still be used in rotation, but it's possible that you might see reduced fungicide efficacy with those products. For Aprobiatop and Miravis Duo, we don't know if there is resistance because we haven't tested this yet, but it is possible there is some resistance because they're also Frac 7s like Circadus and Maravon. Then with Allegro, it was only registered last year and it's unlikely that it's developed any resistance at this point. So this product will be really useful in rotation with those group 7 fungicides. Next, I'll talk a little bit about our efforts to forecast SLB and find the highest risk times for disease and try to time our fungicide applications to those periods. We've been looking at spore trapping to monitor the spores of Stemphylium, mostly using 2 different spore traps. One is the Rotorod and one is the Burkhardt trap. Last year, we did a trial looking at infection of Stemphylium before symptoms appeared at the 3rd to 4th true leaf stage. We found low rates of infection in seeded onions and increasing rates of infection in transplanted onions. And we compared the spores that we captured by the 2 spore traps, and we found that the Rotorod was fairly consistent with the infection we were finding. We still have more studies to do on this to see if this is related to high disease pressure later in the season, but we're hoping spores could be an indicator of high disease pressure. Next, I'll talk a little bit about our fungicide timing trials. So one model that we've tested for a number of years now is Tomcast, which was originally developed for diseases of tomatoes. And essentially the way this model works is you take the average daily temperature and the number of hours that the leaves were wet during the day. And for every day, you get a different disease severity value, and these add up to a designated threshold, and that's when you would want to apply a fungicide. But unfortunately, with Tomcast, we are finding that it's overestimating the risk of Stemphylium, and it's triggering a lot of fungicide applications in years with low disease pressure when those applications aren't really needed. So we developed the Stemcast model, which essentially is just a modified version of Tomcast that's more specific to those warm and wet conditions that Stemphylium really likes. So last year we tested the Stemcast models and some spore threshold models and compared that to Tomcast and a regular calendar spray application. Unfortunately, most likely due to our poor fungicide efficacy, we didn't see any differences with BSI, but in a second measure that measured disease progress over the entire season, we did see some slight differences with the Spore 20 model and Stemcast 2.015, which didn't increase severity relative to the calendar spray. Of these 2 models, Stemcast 2.015 only triggered 2 sprays. So we do need to study this with different fungicides that will hopefully be more effective, but we are hoping that this model can reduce fungicide applications to times that are the highest risk for the disease. So overall, unfortunately, we were seeing that the fungicides we tested in our trial were not very effective, but we did see Allegro reduce Stemphylium severity. So this should be really useful for resistance management for rotating with those Frac 7 fungicides. We also, unfortunately, saw resistance develop to Evergrol Prime and Maravon Circadus, and Evergrol Prime is now highly resistant to Stemphylium, as is Quadristop and Luna Tranquility, while Maravon and Circadus are moderately resistant. In our forecasting trials, we saw that the Stemcast 2.0 model may be useful for fungicide timing in the future as it triggered a low number of sprays. And we've also been looking into spores, which are showing us that if there are no spores or very few spores captured, it's not likely to cause disease and there is not a need to apply fungicides. and that these spores may help us predict when the crop is becoming infected and may be related to high disease severity. I would like to thank the funding sources of this research who make it possible for us to do this trial, and also the staff here at the station who have helped us a lot with our field trials. Just a reminder that all of the research trials I talked about today, as well as many more, are summarized in our Green Book reports if you wanted to read about them.
Thank you, Julia. Any questions? Go ahead.
You said there was spores that live on onion leaves after harvest that will winter.
Yes.
What could you do to kill those spores so they don't overwinter? Like if you, is tilling them under not gonna take care of the problem, just put them into the soil? Like how would you get rid of those spores so they can't stay in the soil for the winter to do pollination?
Well, if they are under the surface, it will help reduce the number of spores. One thing is that because the pathogen can infect other plants, it can also stay present on different inoculum sources. This could even be like weeds that are growing in ditches. So it is fairly easy for it to come back, but in some cases, tillage could reduce the level of inoculum from the winter.
Can you put a, like after harvesting, on the side spray on the spores that are present?
That's a good question. I think one of the problems is that because the fungicides aren't very effective at the level that the infection is present in those dead leaves, it probably wouldn't really kill them off at that point.
Yes.
What varieties are you using, and is that consistent? Has that been consistent throughout all of the years of the trials? Is it the same variety or is it different?
Most of the time we're using Catskill. I believe all the trials I presented were seeded with Catskill.
Is there any thought to changing that up or seeing if there is different varieties that have more resistance or less resistance to it?
Yeah, a few years ago, we did have a cultivar trial for Stemphylium, and we found that all of the onions were somewhat susceptible. Some were a little less or a little bit more susceptible, but unfortunately, none of them are resistant. We have used a few different cultivars over the years in the trial, but we're still seeing similar results.
Awesome. We're a little bit behind, so we're getting back to Brian. You can ask questions. Julia will be around.
Just tell her to go to the presentation. There we go.
Yeah, awesome. We're ready, Brian.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, so the title of the presentation is Nitrogen Management in Onions. And I know you probably are wondering, why is an entomologist talking about fertility in onions? Well, it's really in the context of onion thrips management. And the idea here was to see if we can improve management using fewer chemical inputs. That is not only reducing nitrogen or fertilizer, but also insecticides. So the outline of what I'm going to cover is to talk about a little bit about onion thrips biology, just as a refresher, and why it's a major pest of onion. And then some of the work I've done over the years to reduce insecticide use and also to reduce fertilizer use with the goal of trying to improve onion thrips control, and then some conclusions. So starting with onion thrips, That is our main thrip species that attack onions in the Great Lakes area. And as we all know, feeding on foliage can reduce bulb weights if the damage is severe enough. And this insect is also a vector of viral, bacterial, and fungal pathogens. And one of the most severe ones that we see in Western New York in the Elba muck is Irish yellow spot virus. And on occasion, we can see entire fields like this one here, where the thrips come in, transmit the virus, and it will kill the crop prematurely. And that certainly will reduce yields quite a bit. So another reason why this insect is such a tough one is that because it can complete a generation in only a couple weeks. So from adult larva, pupa to pupa, all within a couple weeks. And in New York, and I assume up in both Ontario and Quebec, that you typically will start to see onion thrips sometime in June. And depending on the maturity of that variety, you could have a couple generations, or for some of the later maturing varieties, you can get up to as many as 4 overlapping generations per year, like you can see here. Well, in terms of managing this particular insect, a lot of different tactics have been explored, from insecticide use, different cultural control tactics like planting dates and using mulches and that type of thing, biocontrol, nematodes, and plant resistance. But so far, chemical control has been the most effective and practical. However, onion thrips are notorious for developing resistance to insecticides, just like the onion maggot. And therefore, we have to be very, very careful to only rely on one particular tactic. So one of the ways to use chemical control effectively and ideally mitigate any type of resistance development is to reduce its use. And the approach that I've taken over the past 20 years really has been the following. One is to identify as many insecticides as possible that belong to different classes of chemistry, then develop an insecticide-based program that optimizes its use and mitigates resistance, and I'll talk about that strategy next. And then finally, does this really work in the real world? Implement this insecticide-based program and measure its success. So I'm going to talk about that. So here are some of the insecticides that are currently used to manage onion thrips on onion. Some of them are far better than others, and it also depends on maybe where you are in New York State in terms of what product works better than another. And then in terms of developing an onion thrips management plan, I wanted to base it on insecticide resistance management principles. And here are 4 that I used. One is to limit the use of any particular insecticide class, to rotate those classes in a sequence, to only apply an insecticide when the population exceeded an action threshold, and then ultimately in the future, combine this with other non-chemical management tactics. So here are the products that I just showed you, and the real highlight here is this middle column, the IRAC class. This is the insecticide resistance action class. And what you want to see here are as many different colors as possible, because that means that they represent different classes. And the idea here is that if you rotate classes, you should reduce the ability of the insecticide to develop resistance to any one particular class. And for a lot of these products, even on the labels, it says you can't use it more than twice. And if you do, use it back to back, with the idea being that you should minimize selection of more than one population within a season. So one sequence might look like this, what I'm showing you here, whereas the first generation you would target with Movento, the second with Agrimec, the third Radiant, and the last with Exerol. So you have 4 different classes of chemistry, and ideally only selecting one of the 4 populations with one of these particular products. However, what we noticed is that some of these products were really effective, and they were providing far longer than 2 weeks of control. So we thought, well, maybe we need to look at some action thresholds. So first, we know that the economic injury level was about 2.2 larvae per leaf averaged over across the entire season. So we wanted to make sure that populations on average didn't exceed that. And what we found was that action thresholds for some of these common used products were effective when they were timed at 1 thrips larva per leaf. Okay, so that was the threshold that we used to prevent the populations from exceeding that injury level. And what we found in our small plot research was that maybe if you start off with something like Movento, 2 sequential applications spaced a week apart, we were ended up getting a week, 2 weeks, sometimes 3 weeks of control beyond that second application. So we didn't even need to use that second product in that combination, that Agromec. We didn't even have to use it. We could go directly to our next product in line. And as a consequence, we were using fewer products overall and even fewer applications of a particular product. So that was all fine and dandy. And we wanted to then convince growers that this action threshold-based program was as effective as just a standard weekly program. So I had a PhD student at that time, Ashley Leach. In fact, Ashley attended one of the Bradford conferences years ago, and maybe have even presented some of the research I'm going to show you again. And she had 3 different cultivars and conducted the study over 2 years. So here, the action threshold-based program was compared with a standard weekly program, and the dependent variables that were measured were the season mean larval densities in those plots and marketable bulb yield. And again, I'm just going to show you the highlights here. So this is the mean seasonal larvae per leaf on the y-axis for the 3 different cultivars, Avalon, Delgado, and Bradley. The dashed line here is the economic injury level of 2.2 larvae per leaf. So you don't want to see that average season average exceed that. And then the AT was the action threshold. The standard is the standard weekly approach. So the first thing I want you to see is that in all cases, the population and the untreated controls exceeded that economic injury level, indicating that we had damaging levels of thrips. The next thing is that our mean season average number of thrips and the action threshold and the weekly programs did not differ in any of these 3 varieties, indicating that the threshold program worked out pretty well. Of course, now you want to know, well, yeah, was it the same number of sprays? It was not. We were able to reduce the number of sprays using the action threshold-based program. And what you see here is 2 different years, 2015, 2016 for the 3 varieties. This is the average number of applications based on the action threshold and the standard weekly application. And this is the percent reduction in number of applications based on an action threshold. So we see anywhere from 33 to 50% reduction in the number of applications using that threshold system. So that's really, really good. And next is the marketable yield for each of the 3 varieties. And this is measured in metric tons per hectare, and it's got all of marketable yield. So we pooled, the standards and jumbos together. We didn't have anything larger than a jumbo. And in Avalon, we actually noticed that this was somewhat tolerant to thrips, and we didn't see any differences regardless of if the fact that we even sprayed them. And we thought, oh, this is great. We've got a resistant variety. And the problem is it was unbelievably susceptible to Stemphylium, and it was a rotter. It got bacterial rot like the best of them. So in our climate in the eastern United States, it was not a viable option. Anyway, but if we look at Delgado and Bradley, we see that our insecticide treatments performed better than our untreated controls, and we did not see a statistical difference in yield whether or not we used our threshold system or the weekly spray system. So certainly proof of concept, this worked. Using a threshold system and a sequence was effective in managing thrips without sacrificing yield. Now we need to scale it up. And before we do, I just wanted to show you what our current onion thrips management guidelines look like in New York. And essentially, and I don't want to go into much detail, I just want to show this to you, that we start with either Movento or Senstar. It's systemic. It gets into the plant before, you want to apply it before pre-bulbing or before you see much of a bulb. And it's systemic through the plant. It's really, really good, really effective. And then after that, it's really up to the grower, the type of thrip pressure, and the experience with these different products. You can either take this track of using Agromec next, following it, and then Extral and Radiant. You could do Movento Bro, Radiant, Lanate. You could do Extral, Radiant, Lanate plus Warrior, and so on. And essentially, you use this threshold of 1 to 2 thrips per leaf. And and it seems to work out pretty well. At any rate, if you have questions about this in particular, follow up with me after the conference, either by Zoom or email or something like that. I'd be happy to discuss it with you. But at any rate, this is great. It worked in these small plots, but we wanted to scale it up to the real world and have growers actually use this program. And to do that, Ashley Leach, my former PhD student, and Christy Hopeteen, many of you know, with Cornell Cooperative Extension in Western New York, worked with growers to have them adopt this. And before doing so, we identified 17 growers across New York State, and we gave them a survey in 2014. How many actually rotated insecticides? And actually 76% were already doing that. How many used action thresholds? Only about half. And then how often were they actually using insecticides for thrips control? Well, still once a week. So, it's like, well, we've got a long way to go here. So what Christy and Ashley and a couple other extension educators did was they worked with 3 to 5 growers in each of these areas, worked with the growers, scouted their onion fields, every week met with them, shared with them what they found. And basically, if the population of thrips exceeded that threshold of 1 thrips per leaf, an insecticide spray was recommended based on that chart that I just showed you. If that population was below 1 thrips per leaf, the recommendation was skip a week. Don't spray. Let's see what the population looks like the following week. And it was a success. 3 years of working with growers, we surveyed them again, the same ones, and now all of the growers, 100%, all 17, were rotating their insecticides. 82% now were using thresholds. They were using 2 to 4 fewer insecticide applications per season, and they were saving $60 per acre, which would be, what is that, about like $150 per hectare. So not a ton of money, but still it's a savings nonetheless. So we're real proud. Some of the growers in Elba, New York were awarded the 2019 New York State IPM Award, primarily for adopting this thrips management plan. And we asked them, hey, why did you do this? And not just because we asked you, right? And their number one response was, well, because they were scared to death of insecticide resistance. And it wasn't to save money like I thought was going to be the answer. But no, they wanted to try to mitigate or slow down resistance development. The second most common reason was that they really enjoyed this interaction of the scouts on basically a weekly basis. That built trust in that relationship and more confidence that the information that the growers were getting was good information. And then so far, we have not witnessed any insecticide resistance in our thrips populations to these newer insecticides, although there is a hint that that may be happening in Elba, New York. Okay, so chemical control was a success, but we're still reliant on just a single tactic. We need to look at other tactics, other non-chemical tactics for thrips. So we started poking around at cultural control. So that's going to be the final part of what I'm going to talk about, and that's reducing fertilizer use. So there's a number of us across the country in North America and actually beyond North America that meet about once a year. We're part of this multi-state group that focuses basically on the biology and management of basically insects, diseases, and weeds in onions. And this is an old photo of a group of us, and maybe some of you remember this person right here, Mary Ruth. And let's see, Christy Hopeteen is right here, and then here I am. So you can see what my hair looks like now compared to when this picture was taken. So this is a while ago. But at any rate, during one of these meetings, and it wasn't this one where this photo was taken, but one of these meetings, there were some onion growers from Utah. And they said, we don't spray for thrips. We just reduce the amount of nitrogen or the amount of fertilizer we use on our onions, and we don't have to spray. So every head in that room turned around thinking, who are these crackpots? That's ridiculous. But the more they talked, the more, you know what? They seem to be relatively credible. So this information was followed up by a group from Utah, and they poked around at this idea of reducing fertilizer and compared with the standard rates that were being used. And remember, these are not muck soils, these are mineral soils. And sure enough, in their study, they did see a significant reduction in numbers of thrips adults when fertilizer was reduced compared with their standard rate, both adults and for larvae, the same thing, significant reduction. Now, these aren't tremendous reductions. I mean, it's 25% reduction, but nonetheless, it seemed to be real. And it was enough for me to be interested to poke around at it. And so what we wanted to do is to see if we could identify the impact of reducing fertilizer on onion thrips populations, but we also wanted to see if it impacted yield, and to see if there was an optimal amount of fertilizer that would reduce thrips infestations but wouldn't compromise yield. And then if we did find that, we would wanted to implement it and have growers actually try it. So in this particular trial, I had a postdoc in my program, Carly Regan, worked with growers in Central and Western New York. We had 20 different fields that we worked in from 2019 through 2021. And this is what the experimental design looked like. We had the growers pick a swath of one of their fields that was as wide as their fertilizer spreader, which was as small as 30 feet and as wide as 50, 100, something like that. And then the trial was 450 feet long. So there were 3 treatments basically that would fit in each of these blocks. And we randomly assigned the grower to either apply absolutely no fertilizer, okay, a full rate of what they typically would do, and this is the average of what all the growers we worked with, an average of either 112 pounds of either nitrogen or phosphorus per acre and 196 pounds of potassium per acre. And then a half rate, whatever the half amount was. And there was never replication within a field, rather than different commercial fields were the replicates. And remember, we had quite a few every year. And then we verified the amount. Remember, the growers made the applications, but we went behind them, took soil samples to verify that these treatments were indeed correct. And I don't have time to show you that information, but the answer was yes, it was. And then in terms of the data that we collected, we monitored onion thrips populations every week on these farms over 3 years by counting thrips in the field in those plots. And then we also assessed bulb yield. We graded them and then weighted each of the grades. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to show you the summary here. So first of all, in terms of how did these reductions in fertilizer impact thrips populations? So this is the season mean number of onion thrips larvae per plant on the y-axis for either 0, half rate of fertilizer, or the full rate of fertilizer that grower would typically use in 2019, 2020, and 2021. Well, the results are pretty striking, aren't they? Swing and a miss. Reducing fertilizer had 0 impact on reducing thrips. And this isn't the first time this has been shown. Mary Ruth found the same thing in Ontario years before. But again, we tried, we didn't see any reduction. Well, what about yield? So here, I pooled all of the marketable yield categories into one dependent variable, marketable yield. And this is in metric tons per hectare based on our sampling in these fields. And we didn't see any differences in grade, so we pulled everything together. And this was even more shocking. We didn't see any differences in marketable yield in plots where we had 0 fertilizer. That's right, 0 fertilizer, compared with a half or full rate in any of the 3 years. It's like, what in the world is going on here? This can't be right. Well, we had a field day. We actually had 2 field days. And here's one of the field days in one of the first years. And behind Carly here is one of the field sites right back in here. Remember, there was either 0 fertilizer, half the rate of fertilizer or the full rate of fertilizer. And this was in one of Max Torrey's fields. And we had all the growers and participants walk into the fields, and I had them guess which one was 0, half, and full. And you know what? They couldn't do it. And the grower, Max, I said, Max, can you believe this? And he was shaking his head. He said, I can't believe this. And when we looked at the other locations, it was the same thing. You couldn't tell the difference. And we know that these growers were actually putting out the right treatments. So why did this happen? Well, my best guess is that we know that our muck soils are high in organic matter, 20 to 80% organic matter. And there's substantial nutrient availability for plant growth in a lot of these fields. Now, I'm not saying that that everybody should stop using fertilizer, because no, that's not true, but it could be that at least a reduction is warranted. So the next step was, okay, let's implement a reduction in fertilizer with more growers than just the ones that we worked with. And here we were working with Christy Hopeteen, and unfortunately I don't have as quite of a robust data set of surveys before and after like I did with the insecticide program. So I'm going to leave you with basically just a testimonial, okay? And this is solving the problem. And this is on our largest, or with one of our largest onion growers in, right, the largest onion grower in New York, Big O Farms. And before this project that I just explained to you, they had about 2,150 acres of onions, and they still have about the same amount. And when I asked Max, well, how much fertilizer were you putting down on a per acre basis before this project? And he said $1,000 per acre, 1,000 pounds per acre. Okay. And I said, well, what about now? And he said, well, for transplants, we're banding it a little bit more, but still he's now using about 350 to 400 pounds per acre. For the seeded, not as much of a reduction, but still 750, 800 pounds per acre. And in terms of the percent reduction in fertilizer, depending on transplants and seeded, it's about 44 to 49% reduction. And if you scale that up on the whole farm, all of the 2,150 acres, we're talking about basically 1 million pounds of fertilizer reduced on that farm. That's amazing. And in terms of the amount of savings, it's maybe estimated to $420,000 to $470,000 per year. Now, again, as fertilizer costs come down, that will come down too, but it's still pretty substantial. So I would say it's quite a success. A lot of our onion growers have reduced the amount of fertilizer they're using across the board. And again, they're not seeing any reductions in yield. So as I just mentioned, this is overall 22 to 57% reduction for a lot of the other growers. So just to sum up, while reducing fertilizer failed as a control tactic for thrips, it is definitely a success for production of onions. Reduce costs and increase profits. There's less pollution in our environment, decrease carbon and labor and carbon emissions by reducing the amount of fertilizer in the environment. So just in conclusion, again, onion thrips management right now is still relying on insecticide use. Again, I've evaluated so many different tactics, and the results are the same. That chemical use is still by far the most effective. And I'm not going to give up, but that's what we're finding. And then finally, both insecticide and fertilizer inputs can be reduced substantially without negatively impacting yield. And I'd like to thank all the folks that worked on this project over the years, all the onion growers who put up with us, a lot of different funding agencies. And with that, if there are any questions, I have no idea how much time I went over. I'm sure I did. But if there's time for questions, I'd be happy to give it a shot. I know it's kind of awkward with me being on Zoom. And if you have a question and you don't really want to ask now, again, feel free to follow up with an email, a phone call, or whatever.
Yeah, maybe one question. Yes.
I got a question, concerning, copper and soils. We're trying to get the copper levels in the soils up around 20 ppm or higher, just to reduce the subsidence by the bacteria each year. In that regard, the muck is not breaking down as quickly, so we're using nitrogen because we're raising the copper. What is the copper level in those fields that, you were testing?
Okay, I had a very difficult time hearing the question, but did I hear what are the amounts of copper
Yes.
used? Okay, so based on what the kind of the common amount of copper is used is about, let's see, I have here the amount in the mixture is 22.7 kilograms, and a final mixture that weighs 907 kilograms. I don't know if that's helpful. So I don't know if you would consider that low or not. So this is, you know, all of our fertilizers custom blended, I assume the same up your way. So that, I don't know if I answered your question.
What is the actual parts per million of copper in the muck soil?
Oh, in the muck soil after, oh, I have no idea what it is. No clue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
The next is an industry update from BASF.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Colleen Kreniken. I'm the horticulture specialist with BASF, covering a mat leave for Chelsea Steenbergen. So I just started back in January. I come from just north of London, Ontario, small town near called Lucan. And my family has an apple farm there. So apples are kind of what I know best, but learning lots about onions and carrots. Just going to give you a brief product update today from BASF. The first thing I want to talk about is Sevia. So Sevia was launched 3 or 4 years ago now. When it first came out, these were the crops that it was registered on. So a big apple product, grapes as well, potatoes, stone fruit, sugar beets, peanuts. And then last year, kind of in June, we got a label expansion, now covering onion, garlic, chives, leeks, shallots, which will be more applicable to this area, and lots of other crops on the label as well. So Sevia is a group 3, standalone group 3 fungicide. It's powered by Revysol. That's what our trade name is for it. You get fast and continuous disease control and lots of fruits and vegetables, like I kind of just showed. You get preventative and post-infection control. It also has a unique binding activity, which I'll talk about a bit later. So if you're seeing resistance to other group 3s on your farm, Sevia, you might see a little bit more efficacy with Sevia compared to other group 3s. Kind of a summary slide here. So with Sevia in bulb vegetables specifically, botrytis leaf blight is on the label for suppression, as well as purple blotch and leaf blight control. So Sevia is a good rotational product on your farm. Like I said, it's a standalone group 3. You're getting away from some of those other groups that you're seeing a lot, like the group 7s, 11s. And it's a systemic fungicide. Just a little bit more information on that different binding activity. So Sevia is the first isopropanol azole. So most group 3s repeatedly bind and then release at the site of action. But when Sevia binds to the site, it switches to a hook orientation and it locks into that site of action. So our little claim here at the bottom, Sevia binds to the target enzyme up to 100 times more powerfully than conventional triazole fungicides. Okay, so that's Sevia. Next, I'll talk about Maravon. So Maravon is a 7-11. The group 7 is our Xemium, so that's the fluxaperoxide. And It is rain fast in 1 hour. You get consistent, continuous control, even under adverse conditions with Xemium. And then Paraclostrobins are group 11. That's the F500. So you see plant health benefits from the group 11. It helps improve plant health and growth efficiencies and stress tolerance. Maravon's also registered on a variety of crops, but kind of specific to today. We have bulb vegetables and root vegetables, some leafies on the label as well. So with Maravon in root vegetables, so this is specific to carrots, on the label is our Alternia leaf spot and blight, powdery mildew, and Cercospora. Yeah, you can look up the rates. The rates probably won't stick with you today, but PHI is 7 days, re-entry is 12 hours. Max applications per season is 3, and then no more than 2 sequential. That's just for resistance management. You can start applications prior to disease and then continue on the 7 to 14 day interval. So in bulb vegetables, purple blotch and leaf blight control, like we heard in Julia's presentation, Stemphylium is on the label, but for suppression, and then botrytis leaf blight as well. PHI is 7 days, re-entry 12 hours. Again, similar things, no more than 3 applications per season and no more than 2 sequential. So with Maravon, with that group 11, you are getting those plant health benefits. So just a graph here, a study that was done to show the increase in bulb diameter with Maravon applied. So Maravon helps the plant, when plant's under stress, it produces ethylene. Maravon, the group 11, the plant produces more nitric oxide, which inhibits ethylene production. So that's why the plant's able to, in this case, the bulbs, you can see the increase in diameter. So over the untreated check, there's about a 4 centimeter increase in bulb diameter with Maravon applied. And then I'll just quickly talk about Circatus. So we also heard about this one in Julia's presentation. It's a standalone group 7. It's the same group 7 that you find in Maravon. So yeah, consistent, continuous control of botrytis and purple blotch. And again, just the suppression of Stemphylium. Also Alternia and powdery mildew in carrots is on the label. It's a systemic fungicide. And these standalone fungicides, so the Sevia that I mentioned and Circatus, they're great for tank mix flexibility because they are just the one mode of action. That's it for me. I'll keep it short and sweet. Anne is my coworker. She is amazing. But if you ever have any questions, there's my contact info. I unfortunately have to leave about halfway through lunch today, head to another meeting, but I'll leave my business card on our table in the back. And yeah, good luck this season and excited to work with you. Thanks.
Any questions? Awesome. The next presentation is about the potential of 4R nutrients for phosphorus losses from muck soil by Kokulan Vivekananthan.
Very good. There was another version of it, but I want this new version. Thank you. Reading?
There we go. This one, right?
Yes. So it's where is this?
So that's advanced and that's your laser pointer.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. So thank you very much for this opportunity for us to come and present our work on the potential of 4R nutrient stewardship to reduce phosphorus losses from organic soils of the Holland Marsh. Before proceeding further, I would like to thank the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs and the Holland Marsh Growers Association for funding this project. And I would also like to thank the staff of the Muck Crops Research Station and the growers of the Holland Marsh and summer students and Mr. Charles Lalonde for their immense support throughout this project period. To begin with, the phosphorus losses from the conventional vegetable production systems has been a concern for a while. That could be due to a few reasons, starting from potentially higher phosphorus inputs. So usually to avoid phosphorus deficiency, sometimes the growers may put in a little bit of extra phosphorus in excess to crop requirement. With time, it kind of builds up on soils. And then the conventional tillage is an essential practice at vegetable systems in order to prepare uniform seed bed. On the other hand, it exposes the soils to erosive forces, and especially in organic soils, it accelerated subsidence or oxidation of organic matter. And also, most of these systems are subsurface or surface drained. The research shows that the free drainage could also contribute to elevated phosphorus losses. And the last one is kind of, it's getting like, it's turning into a hot topic because of the increasing frequency of extreme weather events. So the research shows that these larger events that trigger like field scale flooding disproportionately contribute to high phosphorus losses. And it could be more common in areas with organic soils because of their lower location in that landscape. So the Holland Marsh, if you check the research that's conducted in like how we could reduce these phosphorus losses from the vegetable system, most of these research originated from the vegetable systems under mineral soils. And in generally speaking, the research is lacking from vegetable systems under organic soil. When we check the Holland Marsh agricultural regions, the current contribution of Holland Marsh or the polders to Lake Simcoe's annual phosphorus load is very little, like contributing to 4 to 5% of the total phosphorus loading into Lake Simcoe with observed reductions over time, which is a very good thing. However, the changes in the weather patterns and then like continuous application of phosphorus may increase the phosphorus losses in the future, and that need to be assessed. So this study's primary focus is reviewing literature on reducing phosphorus losses from organic soils under vegetable cultivation. So mainly we focused on how we could use these 4R nutrient stewardship or 4R principles, like using the right fertilizer source at the right fertilizer rate, matching crop requirement, and then right placement, placing these fertilizers where the crops can access easily, and also application of fertilizers at the right timing. So how we could use all these principles to reduce phosphorus losses from these organic soils. For this study, we reviewed past peer-reviewed scientific publications, and also we reviewed historical and research reports from Holland Marsh and also other regions with organic soils, such as Everglades area, agricultural regions of the southern Florida. In addition to the literature review, the study also involved a grower survey, mainly conducted by the Holland Marsh Growers Association. And we also did a small supporting field data collection to test some of our hypotheses. So I get in directly to the first R of this 4R nutrient stewardship, which is the phosphorus fertilizer source, the right type of fertilizer for organic soil. So in general, the readily soluble fertilizers dominate vegetable production system because of their relatively easy release of phosphorus, especially earlier in the cropping season, so the crops could access them. It's same for the Holland Marsh too. most of the, so here when I mean most of the growers, it indicates the survey respondents. And if you like, if you did not contribute to the survey and follow some other like management practices, feel free to, we would like to hear them from you as well. So at Holland Marsh, most of the growers, they use synthetic formulations like micro essential fertilizers and also conventional fertilizers such as MAP. But the problem of these readily soluble fertilizers is higher, they often result in high incidence of losses. For example, if there's a major rainfall after the application, you're going to see a lot of phosphorus losses from them. And also continuous application of these fertilizers may end up building up of phosphorus in agricultural soils. So we looked at the potential of other phosphorus sources, whether they could do well in these organic soils. So the first is the usage of organic soils. Usually for agricultural systems, the application of organic fertilizers is increased for the soil health and also like to increase the organic content. But for muck soils, they usually have like very high amount of organic matter. So the efficiency of these organic fertilizers on muck soils is questionable. At the same time, the continuous application of organic fertilizers like swine manure, they can also potentially elevate phosphorus losses over time. And also there are food safety concerns when application of certain organic fertilizers like manure to vegetable crops. And we also looked at the feasibility of other like sources like slow releasing fertilizers such as struvite. Struvite is a precipitated phosphorus containing byproduct from sewage, like municipal sewage, and also the use of rock phosphate. Again, the research on the potential or the efficiency of these fertilizers on vegetable system is still lacking at field scale. And also economics could be a critical factor in adapting them into the vegetable cultivation system. For example, the production of struvite is costlier than your normal regular fertilizer. Next, move to the next R, which is the placement of phosphorus fertilizer. So application of phosphorus in the right place so that the crops can use them. So in the past, the usual method followed was like surface broadcast. It was very convenient. However, from an agronomic perspective or point of view, it is less effective. So currently there is more emphasis on subsurface placement of fertilizers because it improves seed fertilizer contact, reduce the application rates, and make it the fertilizers less prone to runoff losses. And the research shows that the subsurface placement of these phosphorus fertilizers worked in other regions, such as southern Florida, who has lots of organic soils. How that translates to Holland Marsh? So Holland Marsh, like it's neither like a broadcasting or neither like a perfect subsurface placement. For most of the most farmers, they usually broadcast and then incorporate or work it out into the topsoil. So this method have economic and logistical advantages. And also some past research was conducted in 1970s and 18 showed that no yield advantages for carrots and onions with placement methods. However, the reason provided even in that time was the soils already have much of background phosphorus that kind of masked the potential benefits of the subsurface placement. The third R is the timing of fertilizer application, applying phosphorus at the right time for organic soil. So it is very critical to apply fertilizers when crops need them most. And for vegetable crops, it's pretty critical in early stage of the growth. So the research shows that major phosphorus losses usually occur when you apply fertilizers in off-growing seasons such as fall or winter. The spring is also sensitive to phosphorus losses, not at the scale of like winter losses, but you could lose some phosphorus, but it also a critical period for the emergence and establishment of the crop. So at Holland Marsh, most of the growers mentioned that they apply fertilizers in the spring just before planting. So the final R is the fertilizer rate. So applying at the right rate of phosphorus fertilizer for vegetable crops. So selecting the phosphorus application rates is critical. because when you under apply fertilizer, you're gonna feel like risk yield reductions. When you over apply fertilizer, that's gonna reduce your economic returns, and also it continue like it's going to lead an accumulation of phosphorus on soils, resulting in increased resulting the risk of runoff and leaching related phosphorus losses. So in the Holland Marsh, there were several phosphorus trials were conducted by MCRS researchers from 2009 to 2016. Most of them are like annual trials. So what they found was the field soils had adequate phosphorus to support carrots and onions for most of the time. And the application of phosphorus did not increase yields or improve the quality of the vegetables. And elsewhere, the same results, for example, in Florida, research show that you could get the optimum returns with less environmental risk when you apply phosphorus fertilizers to leafy vegetables like lettuce based on soil phosphorus. So we also kind of combined the historic phosphorus fertilizer applications at the Muck crop research station, which usually follows the regional crop grower practice over time. So we found it's a good trend. Like we do see some reductions of phosphorus rates for carrots and as well as onions, which is a good thing. Then we wanted to see like how they translate to the fields. So we kind of sampled soils from grower fields, and also the fields belong to MCRS station. So here the 50, so and then we analyze for Olsen phosphorus. So the 60 ppm here usually indicates the threshold level for OMAFRA recommended phosphorus like application, like where you could see, so any fertilizer additions to the soils beyond 60 ppm may not show you or result in an economic livable yield. So most of the fields here still have like adequate or more phosphorus than required. And then we also used a plant root simulator probes, or PRS probes, for select fields to see the soil's capacity to supply phosphorus for plant growth. So these plant PRS probes, they do have an ion exchange like membrane, which kind of like absorb these phosphorus through diffusion, mimicking a plant root environment. So again, it's a pretty wide range from 1 to 10 microgram per meter square. So that usually indicates the adequate amount of phosphorus that can be required for the general cropping system. So again, most of these vegetable fields have like some adequate phosphorus to supply the vegetable growth. And some fields did have a little bit higher or excess phosphorus than you actually gonna need. So based on our literature review and our preliminary data collection, we came up with a few like recommendations or observations. So the first one is the implementation of 4R should begin with adjusting the fertilizer application rates. So if you recall all these other R's like source, time, and placement, there is like you are doing like the most of the Holland Marsh farmers that are doing the ideal thing. So like what's the best for the cultivation, and like we cannot manipulate them a lot. But and even with the application rates, the data suggests historical reductions in phosphorus application rates. However, the data and literature also shows that there is a potential to still reduce phosphorus rates in these cultivated muck soils without compromising the onion or carrot yields. For example, the sample muck soils, the external fertilizers may show like no or small response to the fertilizers. The second is like the review of soil test and soil sampling protocols. So as you can know, like most of these soil test and soil sampling protocols are designed for mineral soils, which are usually the dominant soil type in any given provinces. But a potential review of this, how we could, the soil processing methods for muck soils for phosphorus analysis, like drying time and temperature or weighing or scooping, that could also provide some insights of if there are any difference between the mineral analysis and organic analysis, and how we could come up with the best plan or the best protocol that we could adapt in recommending rates. And based on that, we suggest the development of crop-specific fertilizer recommendations based on baseline soil phosphorus, but it requires, again, long-term fertilizer trials, especially at the MCRS station. And currently, the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority is conducting water quality programs on the canals and streams at the Holland Marsh, and that actually provides some very good insights, and continuation of those water quality programs will help us to assess like how these trends changes, because the latest trend shows that the potential reduction of phosphorus from the polders to the Lake Simcoe, we want to see more. And the final is most of our, like almost all of our survey respondents, they mentioned that they're dependent on agricultural retailers or crop nutrient advisors for soil sampling, analysis, and fertilizer recommendation. So any future for phosphorus reduction strategy should involve ag-retailers and crop nutrient advisors for their maximum output. And that's all. And any questions? Thank you very much. Yes.
Have any information on how much phosphorus is released from Muck soils over the period of growing season?
We did not measure. All righty. So the question is, do we have any information of how much phosphorus is being released into water in the soil? Okay.
As the soil mineralized?
Yes. Currently, I do not think like a study that kind of like did a detailed analysis of the phosphorus released from muck soils during a growing season, but there were some studies conducted by the research group from McGill University, and then they published a series of papers from 2021 to 23. So what they have done is it's kind of like they kind of like looked at the phosphorus fractions from like how much was initially there, and then the fertilizer additions, and how the fractions of like for example, like plant available fractions like NaOH based or like plant unavailable phosphorus. Like it's done for like one growing season, but that these papers could provide some insight on how these processes occur. But one of their major finding is most of these soils, like all the soils they sampled, they indeed have like lots of inorganic fertilizer, significant proportion of inorganic fertilizer, like phosphorus when compared to organic phosphorus. Yes. Yes.
That's really interesting. I don't think that's much fun, but what was that? Could you go back to that slide and explain what it's actually showing?
So this basically like, so these are the probes. So we have two probes. All right. So there are two probes. One was measuring the cations, and the orange ones are usually measuring the anions. So they have this ion exchange membrane. And then when you bury this, the probes for a certain period of time, so these exchange membranes gonna like absorb the anions, including phosphorus or even nitrate, by diffusion. So it's kind of like mimicking like kind of a plant environment. Unfortunately, this is a preliminary study and not like it's kind of.
So we've got a 10 across and a
Right.
0
So
across, but what does that mean?
So that means like if your phosphorus supply rate is between like from 1 to 10 microgram. Yeah, I know it's kind of a crude range, but we got it from that company that produces these probes. Like they are situated in Saskatoon, and most of the time they do like analyze, like get samples from Saskatoon growers, and they provide recommendations. But so this kind of ensure like you have like enough phosphorus supply for your crops. not like particularly carrot or onions, but in general term, because the research is lacking, like it's still like.
So does that mean that it's showing that the onions don't have enough and carrots do, or what is that showing there?
Yeah, so some of the sometimes, yeah, so like some onion have like a little bit more, but some already have like a 1 microgram. But again, it's the preliminary test, and I really do not have a lot of technical information about this.
So would it be useful for growers to figure out if there's enough fertilizer in the soil, or is it just for research?
It was just our idea was to like use them as kind of like, rather than you take soil samples, you put these probes in and then take them out and send it to like lab and analyze. So it will be like kind of pretty convenient for the growers. However, from this study, and I guess like we need to be more careful about it, because again, the burial time and the like, there like it's not like straightforward as we thought. And then currently they lack the relationships between the supply rates and soil phosphorus or plant response, especially for vegetable crops. So that could be done in the future, but not right now. I do not feel like a lot of confident at the crops. I would like use the soil test instead. Yes.
You had one there, it says data and literature shows there's still a potential to reduce the phosphorus. So where are you getting that data from? And because as an egg retailer, we don't want to do any contamination, but I'm more afraid of if we reduce it too much, are we going to see more issues in storage issues that you're not even adjusting for? Because phosphorus is, we need it for carrots and storage, right?
Okay.
So I want to be cautious because
Right. So
you
you
have a problem later on.
Yes, so this is a good point. The question is like reduction of phosphorus rate may affect the storage quality of the carrots and onions. So most of our data was like retrieved from the trials conducted at Holland Marsh from 2009. Like if they are online, and also like you can find some information from the annual Green Book. So most of them were conducted by Dr. Mary Roth. So did you check, like, so I'm gonna answer the question. So
For onions, we did look at storage quality and we didn't find any differences with zero phosphorus up to 120 kilograms per hectare. So yield was good and storage quality was good in all cases. And how many years did we in growers field?
yes.
Just so everybody knows, there's been all this research out all over, and his goal was to take every stuff, anybody can speak, and ours, that report was done, this report was done. So he's taken all the reports and put them into one space, so now we can take that information, let's take the program and pull that apart to see what it looks like, so that we don't have it in the phosphorus, we don't have some government saying, well, this has been done, and we're gonna say, well, no, this is here. So it's the starting point of now that with the fact that you're grading, we can now take the next steps to see what it looks like, where we're going, and what the next steps need to be. Yeah, and to work with all the commodities, everybody involved.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're getting very close to the lunchtime. So we moved the last presentation by Geoff Farintosh to the afternoon session so we can have enough time for the lunch break. With that, the next and last presentation is about plastic project by Mary Ferguson.
This is just a fancy and then that's.
Okay, so up back, okay. Okay, can I just slide that over so I get more note space? Yeah, and then. Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to take a few minutes to talk about the plastic project that I worked on with John Van de Beek and Charlie Lalonde last year. The goal of the project was to quantify the amount of plastic that it takes to produce an acre of carrots, onions, celery, and greenhouse cucumbers, and then the amount of plastic to pack it, and then find end market solutions for those plastics. Okay. Sorry, where am I aiming? Am I aiming? This arrow down? Okay, thanks. Okay, and so the reason why we picked the 4 crops that we chose was because together they represent about 74% of the total Holland Marsh acreage. They use different production methods and then different packing materials and packing methods. So there were 2 reports that were written, an interim report and a final report, and you'll find those both on the Holland Marsh Growers Association website. So this chart shows the amount of plastic that was used to produce the 4 different crops. So in total, for the whole Holland Marsh, those 4 crops, they generate just over 41 tons of plastic annually. And that's just in growing them. And so not surprisingly, crops that are grown completely out in the field are going to use a lot less plastic than crops that are either partially started, all started, or completely grown under a greenhouse structure. So Ontario is moving towards and has already established in some cases an extended producer responsibility program for household goods. So there's changes happening right now to your blue box recyclables and for some industrial waste. So I just want to take a couple minutes to explain that. So extended producer responsibility means that the producers of a product must account for the full cost of the product throughout its whole life cycle, which includes its end-of-life management. Usually this is paid for through either levies or environmental handling fees. So some examples that you guys will see is, you know that when you buy a jug of pesticides, you're paying a levy. It's built right into the price of the product. You don't really see it, but it's there for every jug. And then in Quebec, farmers are now just starting to see eco fees attached to their invoices when they buy common ag plastics. So bale wrap, twine, silage tarp, stuff like that. They'll see a charge rate on their receipt. Those levies and the eco fees, they get passed on to Clean Farms, and Clean Farms runs the programs to collect and recycle the materials. The farmer ends up paying in both situations. It's just more obvious when you've got the eco fee and you see it right on your bill. So for the plastics that you guys use, there are great solutions for some of them, and then there aren't great solutions for others. And many of the plastics are going to be better addressed if it was done collectively through an extended producer responsibility program. So I'll go through each of the materials that you guys use. So starting with seed pails, it's great. You guys reuse them on farm for all sorts of purposes. That's awesome. You do eventually end up with broken pails and extra lids, and those tend to go to landfill, which isn't awesome, but it's a plastic where you could see how it could easily be added onto a Clean Farms program because it's the same material as a pesticide jug. So it'd be nice if that could happen in future. Seed trays, you're really fortunate that Keller Brothers collects all the seed trays and they send them off for recycling. So that's great. Don't need to make any changes there. greenhouse cucumbers are grown in rockwool blocks that are then covered in a plastic film. The rockwool is being composted up in Arthur, which is fantastic that that happens, but the plastic ends up going to landfill. Grown, the company that makes the blocks, they're super sustainability oriented company. And so I have given them the contact information. There's a company in Listowel called EFS Plastic, and they do plastic recycling. And so hopefully it's not too far from Arthur to Listowel, that hopefully someday in the future that plastic could actually be recycled as well. Right now it's just going to landfill. Greenhouse film. So some greenhouse film suppliers, when they come and replace a section, they bail up the old plastic and they take that away and recycle it. So that's a great option, but not all greenhouse supply companies will do that. So sourcing plastic from a company that will recycle it is a good option. The greenhouse flooring plastic, it's too dirty to recycle, so that goes to landfill. But there's a company in Brampton, right on the 407, Emerald Energy, and they do create energy from waste, and they could take greenhouse flooring. In future, it would be great to have an extended producer responsibility program for Ontario greenhouse film and hoop house film that was modeled after the Clean Farms pesticide container program. That would generate the most comprehensive solution. So pesticide and fertilizer jugs, they go back to the depot at the co-op, and Clean Farms takes care of them. That works very well for growers. The big woven fertilizer totes, those get sent back to the ag retailers and they get reused until they get torn or damaged. There was a lot of 50-pound fertilizer bags. Those currently go to landfill. Another option for them, a better option for them would be, there's a company called Switch Energy in Clinton, Ontario. That guy collects ag film plastics like bale wrap, fertilizer bags, salt bags. And what he does is he'll give you 15 bags. Once you get all your bags full, you call for a pickup. He'll come to your farm and pick it up. It's $105 to send away 15 bags of plastic. So there's a cost there, but at least the plastic gets recycled then. In future, it would be nice if all fertilizer packaging, regardless of whether it's a container or a woven bag or a plastic bag, could be addressed through a Clean Farms program, because it's there, it works, and it makes sense. So this chart shows out of the plastic that is used each year, how much is being sent to landfill versus how much is being diverted. This is a very conservative estimate. So I've said that, calculated that like 7.8 tons out of the 41 tons that's generated will go to landfill. It's very conservative because I'm assuming that if there is a recycling program, you guys are using it 100% of the time, all the time, for every single jug, or and not every jug makes its way back to the depot. Okay. So the issue of plastic, it's going to continue to intensify. So it's great that we've got the data now to say how much plastic is being generated. There are things that you can do on your own farm to address the plastic waste responsibly, like, sending it off to Switch Energy, or sourcing from some place that's going to recycle it for you, sending your trays back to Keller Brothers. But we need a province-wide solution to address all of it. it's just more efficient if we look at this as a province-wide issue as opposed to individual farmer issue. When Clean Farms does pilot programs, they look for regions and sectors where there's already a real interest. And Holland Marsh has now done 2 projects on plastic waste. I've talked to Clean Farms multiple times on those projects, so they know that you guys are interested and engaged in addressing your plastics. And so hopefully something could happen there at some point. The other thing is you're centrally located in the province, and which makes it easy for you guys to participate, and you grow such a wide variety of crops, and you have strong leadership. So as far as what you can do on your own farm, Switch Energy is an option for you. Emerald Energy, they would love to talk to any large growers or packing operations where you're already using a waste management collection service. It is more expensive to send your waste for energy versus landfill. But depending on the contract that you've established with whatever collection service you use, they said it'd be about 3 to 10% more, but they are very interested. EFS Plastic is a recycling company in Listowel. They want more greenhouse film. It's a little bit trickier because you've got to get the plastic to them, but they are willing to work. They already work with Clean Farms, and they're willing to work with farmers or farm organizations to do a collective effort if growers wanted to do that. So that's what can happen on farm. In Canada, we're lucky that we've got an extended producer responsibility facilitator in place through Clean Farms. And Holland Marsh growers have a relationship with Clean Farms. You're used to using their services. And the last point is that you guys are very aware that plastic is an issue for society, your soil, and your water. And so if we can address a few more plastics like the hoop house plastic and the remaining fertilizer packaging that isn't addressed, then I think you've got a really good story to tell about all the good things that are happening with managing plastics responsibly on your farm. Any questions? Oh, and most importantly, thank you to all the growers that I went to your places during a very busy season last year, and to Bridget and Eric and other suppliers that talked to me, answered all my questions, and to you, Kevin, who answered all my really dumb questions at the very beginning so I could do this project. So thank you. Yes.
But just so you guys know, that the name shift fund was to this project. We've been working with our partners with PCAs, with the growers. Everybody can hear me? Here I thought I was using my mom's voice.
Just so everybody can know, this is our stage 2 of this project. We've been working with our partners, Ontario Fruit and Vegetable Growers, Ontario Produce Marketing Association, and Canadian Produce Marketing Association. As the government starts putting more and more pieces together of the plastics, we're being prepared to show you guys are doing the right thing, and we want to make it easier. So as mandates come down, you've already a step ahead of everything. So Mary's information and everything that she's done and the stuff that we have, we can now go and show the government, you're doing your part, we're doing our betterment, and we have a place to go. We just don't want anything coming down to say, you need to do this. Everybody looks at us and says, what does it look like? Where are we going? And what are we doing? So keep up the great work, and we're going to keep giving you more and more solutions through Mary and other pieces of it. Now, is there any questions for her?
I think it's lunchtime.
So we just wanted to show a quick demonstration of the Piketa system. Piketa is a company out in New Brunswick, and this is what they call the lens, their leaf evaluated nutrient system. The guys who created it, they're a bunch of computer science students. The one, I believe, was a 6th generation potato farmer, so they decided to go with this. In of itself, it's really simple. We just have a laptop connected to 2 spectrometers, and then it's basically just a flashlight here. So we'll get it set up and try to go through it. It really leans heavily on machine learning and AI, which is great. But this morning when I went to go in, it had new updates and I couldn't log in at all. So we're on an old update right now, but hopefully it gives us the idea. So we'll take a leaf here, put it down on our Vanta black surface, and we'll pinch it in between. And we don't have any potato leaves right now that we could use. So I stole a leaf from Shawn's hibiscus, and we'll see what happens with that. So we'll try scanning our first leaf here. It takes about a couple seconds to scan each leaf, and you need a minimum of 10 leaves per sample. Right now, we're trying to get it to work on onions. So we've been going around scanning 15 onion leaves per sample, and we did 238 samples this year from all around the marsh. And there it goes. Outlier leaf detected. It realizes it's not a potato, but we'll try it again here. And unsurprisingly, it's still not a potato. So we'll disable the outlier protection and just get through the rest of the scans here. So all it's really doing is just shining a light on the leaf and then using those spectrometers to look at the different wavelengths and then trying to pair those to 13 different macro and micronutrients. So it's leaning heavily on that machine learning technology. And the more information you feed it, the better it gets. So our 238 samples was a lot of time and work and student hours. We also have a master's student, Ifsanachi, who's working on this project. But it still probably needs quite a ways to go before we really dial it in. For potatoes, they kind of spent around 4 years getting it to a point where it is now, but it does look promising once you get enough numbers put into the system. And you could keep going as many leaves as you want, and then just upload it onto their server. That's uploaded now. So then you just go into your browser and you can see your results. So this is how it shows once you've entered your report. This is just a sample one we did earlier. The levels you're seeing there, those are generated by the agronomist or whoever's putting in the information. So it takes when you plant your seeds, when it emerges, and it tries to create these levels based on how many days after that, where it thinks you should be within the season. And then the little black dots here, that shows the actual points. And then the distance between them is the range between your samples. This is one we did on July 11th, which has a few more data points. So you can go through and look at, say, potassium, magnesium. These are the different macro and micronutrients it looks at. And then if you want to see them displayed within your field as a heat map, you can also do that. We'll just let this load up. This is one on station. So you can kind of see a low spot here in the top right and some higher spots lower in the field. So how you want to use this information is up to you. This tool is mainly being sold to agronomists right now for potatoes. And then after each sample, you can also make an PDF file from it. So say we look at that one we're looking at there. Download that. I think I have it on another tab here. And if this updates, it comes out kind of looking like this. So you can see these are the different samples within each field or within each sample spot within the field. So this tool still has a little ways to go, but we're hoping we can get to work in onions later on and maybe carrots, maybe celery, other crops. We're trying to find crops where it makes sense to have this technology in the first place and then go from there. And I think a long-term goal would be if we can attach it on the robots itself and have it go into the fields and take samples as we're doing other tasks and kind of have a constant flow of information because this kind of thing, there's never really too much. Anyways, I'm sorry for all the technical hiccups. I'll get off here so we can move on with the program. Thank you.
I guess the only thing is that we will be doing more of this in the field and for the coming season.
Yeah, so for the people online, I just wanted to mention that we will be doing more of this in the coming season. That's what Ifsanachi is mainly focused on. So you might see them out in your fields. We had 12 different fields last year and we sampled at 3 different periods. Plus we have fields on the station where we're trying to manipulate the nutrient levels, trying to get really extreme levels because that helps the AI and machine learning hone in faster and hopefully build the model faster. Great, thank you.
All right, thanks, Geoff. So next we'll have Mayor Ruth, and she'll give an update on our onion research from this past summer.
Great, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I'll be giving an update on some of the work we've been doing on onions over the past season, with the emphasis on maggot, thrips, and downy mildew. And Brian did a really nice job of introducing maggot and thrips, if you were here this morning. Okay. Growers will be familiar with the kind of damage that onion maggots can do. Fortunately, we don't see too much of this damage anymore. And I noticed Brian also had one of these pictures of so many maggots in an individual onion. We do get the most amount of damage on the seedlings, again, as you already heard. And I'll be talking a bit about the same trial that Brian talked about, looking at onion seed treatments for onion maggot and seed corn maggot. And we know that most of the maggot damage in onions here in the Holland Marsh is from onion maggot. So this was part of that same multi-site trial, with us being the only Canadian one and the 4 trials in parts of the United States. So our maggot pressure varies over the years. The last time we really saw a lot of maggot damage in our untreated checks was 2020, where we had up to 40% damage, but we've had low to moderate. And just as in New York, we had low damage last year. And you've heard about the plinazolan technology. And I'm really pleased that there's some movement forward on the Lumiverde, the new seed treatment of spinosad on onion seed that we might actually get registered in Canada fairly soon. So when we do our trials, before there's any maggot damage, we mark out 2-meter plots in the field. And then we go back to them once a week during the season for first generation damage when the onions are in the seedling stage. At the end of the second generation and at harvest, we also do an assessment for % maggot damage. So these are some of the same treatments that you saw from Brian Nault's presentation earlier. And the important point here, when we looked at the total season maggot damage, Brian showed the first generation maggot damage. All of the treatments were significantly better than the untreated check, but we did have that relatively low level of damage in the untreated check. But this looked very promising for the standard treatments and also for the new ones. But maggots are also a problem in transplanted onions. And sorry, I just want to review the what I just showed you. Low maggot damage. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Low maggot damage, the plinazolan and the spinosad, the Lumiverde, looked very good. And we are going to continue these trials in 2024. In fact, I think the seed just arrived today. So transplanted onions, we've been looking at this over a few years. How do we control maggot damage on transplants? And we often don't see as much maggot damage, but they can attack transplants and do the damage as well. And the only approach that works is to drench the insecticide in the tray before the onions are transplanted into the field. In the past, we've tried over-the-road drenches after they're transplanted, and it's just too difficult to get the product down to the base of the onion where you need it to protect the onion from maggot damage. So we looked at 3 different products. These are all registered for thrips on onions. So again, spinosad, it's called Success if you spray it for thrips. Verimark, cyantraniliprole, you may be more familiar with this as Exirel. It's the same product, different name. And for those of you who were here yesterday, Shawn was talking about how effective Exirel is for controlling carrot weevil on carrots. It's also useful for onion maggot and for thrips. And of course, you're all familiar with Delegate for thrips, and Brian was talking about this as well. There was a 5 ml per tray drench. on the transplants before they went out in the field. So we did, again, relatively low maggot damage in our untreated check. Success, not statistically different, but a numerical reduction. And then Verimark and Delegate were definitely effective in reducing maggot damage. And then here we have the first generation damage that you just looked at. We did see an increase in maggot damage when we looked at the total season damage at harvest. So we were up over 20% for the untreated check. Success and Verimark continue to be very effective. And it was a bit of a surprise here that Delegate didn't seem to provide continued protection throughout the entire season. So to summarize this, Verimark, also known as Exirel, and Success were very effective throughout the whole season. Delegate looked really good for first generation. And just to remind you that these insecticides are registered on onions for thrips control, not specifically for this approach for onion transplants. So talking about thrips, again, you're all familiar with the damage that thrips can cause. We had a chance to look at a new mode of action for onion thrips. Again, Brian did a great job of explaining how important it is to alternate modes of action. We had several different rates of the new product. We compared it to Delegate, which has been registered for a number of years. Of course, we had an untreated check. And in this case, it was only sprayed twice. So this wasn't for season-long thrips control. This was for the company to see how long the product was effective. And we looked at the thrips larvae and adults over time. So we can tell the difference between larvae and adults. The larvae are sort of yellowish. The adults are darker. They have wings. They're still all really tiny. Of course, they tend to hide in the neck of the onion, and then they cause that typical silvering damage. So we sprayed twice. So here are the numbers before there were any insecticides applied. This is larvae per plant. We also did an assessment specifically for the adults. So there's a little bit of a difference here. The two sprays, all of the populations went down, but the sprayed ones remained low. And one of the important things is that here at the end, the experimental product in the green line and Delegate in the pinkish line were very, very similar by the end of the season. And we also did an assessment of the whole plot to see what percentage of the leaves were damaged. And this probably is an even better representation of the thrips control. So about 40% of the onions in the plots that were untreated had that silvering damage. 2 rates of the experimental product and Delegate all reduced that damage by about 20%. And they were all essentially the same for efficacy. So the thrips pressure last year was relatively low. It was a bit cooler than normal, a bit rainier than normal. So usually our threshold is 3 thrips per leaf. Brian Nault was talking about a threshold of 1 to 2 thrips per leaf. So in that whole trial, it was still below that spray threshold most of the time. We didn't have any differences in yield in the trial, no significant differences, but the untreated did have the numerically lower yield. And the new active was as effective as Delegate, and it's really good to have a new active moving through the system for registration. The more active ingredients we have to alternate with, the better we'll do for resistance management. So on to downy mildew. We can go some years where we don't see any onion downy mildew at all. You're probably aware that it develops in cool, wet weather. If we have fog in the morning, that's perfect weather for downy mildew, or if you want to look at the other way, the worst weather for the onions. So it's really important to apply the fungicides before infection takes place. With downy mildews, even more so than with regular foliar diseases. And we use a program called Downcast to tell us when there's a high risk of downy mildew infection, and those fungicide sprays need to go on. And there's a few reasons for the early application of fungicide. One of them is that when downy mildew is first showing up, it's really, really hard to see in the field, even if you're scouting for it. Those first lesions, there may only be a few plants infected in the field, and they're really hard to see. The other reason is that infection takes place, and it can be up to 2 weeks before we see any of this sporulation. So you have no idea how many of the onions are infected, and the fungicides really only work well if they're on the onions before the onions are infected. So last year we had no disease. We usually do these fungicide trials every year, and it can be once every 3 or once every 4 years when there is enough disease to actually give us some useful results. But we did see that in 2023. So these are the products that we looked at. The standard these days is Ridamil alternated with Arondis. We also looked at Arondis on its own and Zampro on its own. These are also registered for downy mildew control. Of course, for a grower, we would always recommend alternating products. But to evaluate these products, we have to also spray them on their own. We looked at a new product, Picarbutrazox, new fungicide for this group of organisms. We looked at 2 biologicals, Serafil and T77. And Diplomat is a product that is organically approved for organic use in the United States. At the middle of August, when we did our assessment, we were looking at number of lesions in 2 meters a row. So we're getting close to 80. That was a lot of disease. So the untreated check, Diplomat, and T77 were all essentially the same. Serafil and Picarbutrazox, not statistically different from the check, but numerically it looked like something might be happening there. And then it wasn't a big surprise that Zampro, Arondis, or Ridamil alternated with Arondis were giving us really good control of disease. Especially here we've got about 2 lesions compared to close to 80 lesions. However, shortly after we did that assessment, we saw a real increase in the disease in our plots. And so the purple is the check, went way up. Arondis is the blue, and Ridamil alternated with the green. So we had 2 sprays back here in July, and these are our 2 sprays in August. And when we went back to look at some possible explanations for this uptick, we realized that the spray went on August 3rd, but was followed by a lot of rain. So very likely it was washed off before most of it could be taken up. We also sprayed again on the 9th. But if we look at 3 to over here, so the 15th is the data that I just showed you. Yeah, we kind of picked the spot where we got the most differences in the disease. But we did spray on the 3rd, but it was almost like we didn't, because if we add the 12 days, we're starting to see some difference here. And even the second spray between 9 and 18, or our sporulation infection period on the 6th to the 18th, we're seeing another 12 days and another big increase in the amount of disease. So once the plants get infected, didn't work here, even that second spray was not preventing that outbreak. And it looked pretty bad. I hope you can see some of the differences. This plot is a bit greener than that one. There's some plots back here, but we did really lose control of the disease in this plot. However, because it was late coming in the season, the onions still already had some pretty big bulbs by the time downy mildew really got to be a problem. But as you can imagine, with that number of dead leaves, it wouldn't be useful to put maleic hydrazide on those onions, so they wouldn't be good for long-term storage. So Arondas alternated with Ridamil, gave us excellent control as we expected. Zampro, also good. It's been registered and used for quite a while. The picarbutyrazox and Serafil didn't perform as well as they might have, but they still looked interesting. And definitely it's worthwhile to spend some more time looking at Serafil. If there was actually a biological product that gave some real suppression of downy mildew, this would be useful for organic growers and for others. As always, but especially with downy mildew diseases, the spray timing is so important, which is why we use the disease forecasting. In the marsh, not a lot of downy mildew. I think a lot of growers did get the message when there was a high risk of disease and got the fungicides on in time. And we are always trying to improve these programs. So we are looking at spore trapping to improve the forecasting, just as we are with Stemphylium on onions. So you've seen the picture of the green book a few times. Want to remind people again that the information is available here and on our website. Want to thank and recognize the group that did all the work that I talked about. And also to acknowledge the funders, especially the fresh vegetable growers and the Bradford Co-op. And is there time for questions? Karen.
You think that we're not Serafil that first and follow up?
I am hoping that there is potential, but I recommend the other way around. A fungicide spray first, then Serafil, and then a fungicide. We've seen in some other systems that kind of alternating gives us the best control with fewer of the synthetic fungicides.
Thank you, Mary. All right, moving on. Next, we have an update from the OFVGA. So we have Chris Duyvelshoff and Stefan Larrass, who will do a joint presentation.
The down button is advanced. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Tyler. Good afternoon. I'm Chris Duyvelshoff. I'm the Crop Protection Advisor with the Ontario Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association. And I'm joined here with my colleague, Stefan Larrass, who's our Senior Policy Advisor for Labor and Safety Nets. And so the two of us are going to do a quick overview of a broad range of issues, activities, and topics that OFVGA is involved in. So apologies in advance if we skip over a lot of this pretty quickly. Certainly welcome any questions afterwards and as well to contact us at any time to provide some more information. So just starting off with some highlights on the crop protection side of things. So heard a lot about this this morning and to start this afternoon. So one of the areas that I follow closely is the PMRA decisions, which are reevaluations or special reviews, which is where the PMRA reviews products after either 15 years in the case of a reevaluation, or in special reviews when there's new information that might come up from another country. And PMRA reviews all of the products to determine if they still meet the criteria to be registered in Canada. So these can either go really well and basically have no changes to products, or in some cases, they can result in the complete cancellation of materials, like in the case of chlorpyrifos. So the ones of particular relevance for you guys that I noted in the past year were in fact all positive, which is great. So looking at S-metolachlor, which is dual herbicide, as well as azoxystrobin, which is the active ingredient in Quadris top, and other products, as well as abamectin in Agrimec and Minecto Pro. All three of those products passed their reevaluations this past year with very little changes. So that's great. It means basically a similar type of use pattern and label to what you're familiar with before. So moving on to chlorpyrifos, kind of an odd situation here. When I came for the update last year, chlorpyrifos was legal in Canada and illegal in the US. It's flip-flopped here this year. So now it's illegal in Canada and it's become legal again in the US. So we were under a phase-out period last year with chlorpyrifos. It was the last year of a 3-year phase-out following the reevaluation in 2020. So the registrations for that product expired at mid-December last year. The MRLs are still in place, which just means that the products or the produce that was treated with it last year can still be sold. So that's why they leave it an additional period of time before they cancel the MRL. And then in the US, it's been a bizarre series of events with chlorpyrifos. It was proposed for cancellation, brought back, then it was canceled again, and now it's brought back again. So it was canceled in 2022. And as of last year, you couldn't export product treated with chlorpyrifos to the US. And in November of last year, an appeals court overturned that decision. So it's now back again. Although we heard this morning from Brian that it's going to be on a select range of crops, and it doesn't sound like onion is going to be one of those. So I also wanted to mention some new mode of actions that have been registered over the past year, which are interesting, I think, for muck crops. So one of them is a fungicide, which is called fluoropicoxamid, or it's Adavelt from Corteva, which is a new group. It's a group 21 fungicide. So it's unique in that respect. And it was registered in Canada in March of last year for various field crops, including Cercospora for sugar beets. However, there's a number of minor use projects underway now with this product, including on carrots, onions, as well as on table beets. And a number of projects were selected at this year's minor use meeting in Gatineau a couple of weeks ago. Josh talked about some of those yesterday in his presentation, which could include some additional vegetable crops as well. So as we heard this morning, limited range of fungicide modes of action. So it is always nice to have a new mode of action come in. Clarence gave a great presentation yesterday as well on the carrot weed control programs that he's been investigating. And one of those products was this diflufenican herbicide, which is from Bayer. And that is also a new mode of action, so a group 12 herbicide. And it did receive its PMRA registration in February of this year. At this point, it's only for corn and soybean, but at least the active ingredient's been approved for use in Canada. So it does offer potential to expand that label in the future to other crops if the registrant is supportive. So that is something that we'll have to investigate again at next year's minor use meeting. Always helpful potentially to talk to your Bayer rep about that one and the interest in that product. And then others coming. So planazolin's been mentioned a few times from Syngenta. My understanding, it's in the next year or so timeline in terms of a registration in Canada. Maybe Eric from Syngenta will talk about that in his update after this. But there's also a bunch of really exciting new biological products, sort of next generation biological products that are coming to market now. So there's an interesting product derived from a spider venom that works on soft-bodied insects. There's a number of peptides that are active that are being used as insect control products that have basically naturally sourced products that they're being derived from. And then we also saw the registration in the US of the first RNAi product this past winter, which is for Colorado potato beetles. And they've also submitted that product for application in Canada. And so it's basically a genetic interference type of mode of action, and it's being explored for insects, diseases, and all sorts of different pests. And that would be a new mode of action across the board. So there's lots of exciting stuff happening in terms of new technology and crop protection that will certainly, I think, find applications in muck crops as well. So I'd like to mention finally, just before we leave, crop protection, about a new campaign from several Ontario agriculture organizations, including OFVGA, called Be Drift Aware, which is a resource of materials around spray drift, things like nozzle selection and so on, to have in one location. And so this resource is called Be Drift Aware. The website is bedriftaware.ca. Just wanted to provide that and take a look at that this year when you get out to do some crop protection applications. And it's a quick source of knowledge for resources around spray drift. Okay, moving on to our colleagues section here, which is environment and conservation. And this is a section supported by our colleague Gordon Stock. So the one thing that he wanted to highlight here for you today was around new funding, potentially for vegetable washing equipment that was announced in the Ontario budget this year. So I think there's very few details on that at this point, but potentially some help coming for the vegetable washing equipment, as well as the environmental baseline report, which OFVGA is working on around sustainability metrics. And we heard a bit about that as well with the plastics project. There's the federal government's carbon tax bill. So of course, the carbon tax increased on April 1st. And there was some proposals, a bill to have some exemptions for heating of farm buildings and greenhouses, and that ran into some trouble in the Senate and has gone back to the House of Commons again, and is kind of sitting there at the moment. So there's not too much new to report on that one. And we heard about plastics a bit before lunch. So there's a lot happening federally with plastics, and in this particular case, a significant reduction in plastics used for packaging produce. So OFVGA is involved in that as well, along with CPMA. On the property, infrastructure, and energy section, this is also supported by Gordon. There's a number of different items here. I'm just going to skim over this, I think, quickly, but just to point out that if there's any questions about any of these topics, please let us know or ask our colleague Gordon. And before we move on to Stefan for safety nets and labor, were there any questions on any of the crop protection topics or the energy and infrastructure topics? Okay. All right, then. Pass it off here to Stefan to talk about safety nets. There you go. Yeah.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for having me. So I'm Stefan, and I do labor and safety nets. How much time do I have? Who's keeping the clock?
You got 10.
10 minutes, okay. All right, so on safety nets, provincially, OFVGA is lobbying for growers to get an extra, I guess that would be a 2/3 increase to SDRM payments. That's what our ask would translate into at the farm level. The total program right now that we share with the other commodities is $150 million per year. We're asking for an extra $100 million. We did not get that. So I think the takeaway for that point is OFVGA is going to make that our priority to get that into the next budget, knowing that the election is coming up again within, a cycle of the next budget. And we're going to be pushing real hard to get to make that 2/3 increase to SDRM checks happen. And we like our chances because of the election coming up. It's a good time to push. On the federal front, our priority had been, at least for the recent budget cycle, getting the APP program that you can access through the Ag Credit Corporation to get that interest-free portion maintained. It was at $350,000 last year. The feds had already brought it back down to $100,000 as of January 1st. And we worked with FVGC, which are our national partner, and CFA to really push on that particular piece. And last week that was announced that it's going to be at $250,000. So not quite what we'd asked for, but $250,000, that translates into about $5,000 in interest savings for someone who maxes out there at $250,000. And I know it's available for muck crops. So that's good news. And there's some very long shot policy work at the federal level. Basically, the idea that the feds have is crop insurance exists for a lot of crops. I mean, we've got yield-based and fresh market acreage coverage. They want to add a layer of price on top of that, which is, I think, more applicable or easier to implement for yield insurance. And so they would add expected price and expected yield, and that would be your revenue insurance. So that's kind of the long game that they're playing. Don't know how realistic it is, because it requires that there's a firm kind of market price that's available, and that kind of data doesn't really exist across our industry as a whole. So I'm not holding my breath for that one, but it's in the work. On labor, everyone's aware of the hiccups that happened with ETAs. For many people, it was more than a hiccup. That initial phase of folks that had put in their work permit application hadn't gotten their ETA yet, and then they had to kind of supplement the paperwork that they'd submitted their application, and also add their passport to then get a visa. That initial kind of group of that had to basically do 2 applications, that seems to have been kind of moved through the system, and now all the workers that are getting onto planes are the ones that are going through that long-term, the current process of you put in your work permit application along with your visa application. So the way that that's being described to me by my friends at farms is that it's the people in Mexico at the office, they know what their job is. They've said that they're going to do it. How quickly it's happening, I heard from someone that 2 out of 3 workers arrived. I don't know if that's happening because of the slowdowns at the SCPS office in Mexico, or if that's just workers dropping the ball on getting ready. It could be either. I'm hearing that the process is supposed to be in place, so that the visa is being, like, the passports being shipped to Mexico City and back, that those pipelines of the process are working. So if someone is not showing up, there's a decent chance that it's just them individually not coming through. Farms is tracking progress, so if the work permit status is showing up as completed, that includes the visa portion as well. So if work permit is done, it means your visa is done and the worker is ready to travel. Revamp for TFW Agstream. You've heard a lot of, if you track ESCC updates, they've announced a few changes. Actually, it's the last one. The confusion about what they're changing, there's not a whole lot that they're changing to SOP and Agstream. What does concern us is they're very unclear about which of the announcements apply to agriculture and which ones don't. The LMIA moving to 6 months, that could be an issue for Agstream folks, because we know that SOP generally has LMIAs valid until December 15th of the season that you're hiring for. But if you're in Agstream, that guarantee hasn't been there in the past. And so that's one of the things that OFVGA does, is look for clarification from ESCC on what 6 months means. Are they going to look at the housing inspection validity? Because if you have an 8-month valid housing inspection, but your LMIA is only valid for 6 months, it's a lot harder to get all of your arrivals. How many of you guys have 2 arrival times, like spring and fall? Yeah, okay, so it would affect a few people in the room already. So the question that we're working on, obviously we'll coordinate with farms on before we communicate something out, will be how much will that affect growers on the number of housing inspections you need to make. Back to Agstream. So that one is more long-term. The confusion part, that's about kind of just the tiny tweaks, if you want to call it that. The feds are saying they're going to make some big overhauls to ag stream country by country, and the first country is going to be Mexico. So what they're not telling us there's not like draft documents floating around. What we've been given to understand is that SOP, all the principles around, you know, having more hands-on kind of consular support and having, well, I mean, I think maybe even some of the nuances, like the washer and dryer kind of level of details, they're going to look at all of SOP and say, look, how much of that should be in ag stream as well. And that's the idea. And they want to do that country by country. So I think we're going to see a lot on ag stream in 2024. On the housing standard, that might be part of the revamped ag stream. I don't think it's going to affect Ontario. Ontario has some of the highest standards across the country. So if the feds come in with the new housing standard, it's going to be more around, can you share the information that your housing unit, the checklist that your housing unit checked against, and share that result with the feds? Because the feds always like to ask for duplicate information. So what we're asking for is that the feds they don't ask you to write everything that the health unit documented, but that they accept that information straight from the health unit. That's the kind of that's our ask. We don't actually expect that the housing standard will ask for brick and mortars changes to your housing. Open work permits for families of TFWs. We've been spared of that so far on having to deal with that cute idea. All the other TFW streams, as you know, don't require employers to provide housing. So this idea that, you know, whether your TFW has family living with them doesn't really affect kind of the day-to-day life of those TFWs, because you don't have the whole housing issue. Ag stream is the only other, ag stream and SOP are the two only parts of the TFW program, other than the live-in caretaker, where the employer has to provide housing. So the feds have kept this one away from us so far. That one is in the pipeline, and that's another file that we would be active on if they try to push that one through. So far, fingers crossed not. Housing waiver. This one was new to me, and this is an example of why it's good that we have direct contact with growers. Because I never thought that it was really an issue that growers would have a worker who then just finds their own house, right? Because I always pictured, well, why would a worker want to leave housing that's either free or $30 a week? That doesn't make any sense to me. I can't think of anyone that would want to do that voluntarily. Apparently it happens. It happens more in greenhouse, ag, and livestock, where people are transitioning into permanent residency. So they might actually be living with family or with family. And they're already sort of in halfway in that permanent residency in terms of their lifestyle. So now they're no longer living in the employer provided housing. Now, the question is, does an employer still have to provide that housing and keep it empty in case the worker comes back? And ESCC is apparently looking to require 100% vacant housing rule in case the worker comes back. And I never thought that was a real scenario that needed to be discussed with government. It does. There is apparently in the greenhouse sector and in the year-round kind of ag stream folks, livestock, mushrooms, there's plenty of workers that do that. The ones that are doing permanent residency, the ones that want to live with family. So the question of how much housing needs to be retained that's realistic, or what kind of guarantee can the employer provide? Like if the worker came back, is there a motel nearby? Those are the kind of questions that we're trying to figure out. And on heat stress, I think the big one that I want you to take away from this one is, first of all, OFVGA's priority on government funding and government support on the labor front is to make the construction or renovation or acquisition of worker housing easier. We're hearing a lot of growers that are running into not just the financial costs, it's more expensive to build. There's plenty of red tape at the municipal level. In some cases at the provincial level, if you need wastewater approvals and environmental compliance assessment. And the amount of headaches that growers are going through right now, you're looking at 3 years. I think that's does that sound about right? At least 3 years to plan for any major building? Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone disagree with that. So it used to be, I mean, the timelines are really ratcheted up, and the cost and the uncertainty along the way. And then you're paying for consultants. So that is going to be our priorities, to cut down on the red tape and to look at ways. During COVID, OMAFRA found a way to cost share some investments into worker housing, and we're looking at kind of a version 2.0 of that. And then I'll flag the temp agency registry. To me, that one is a elephant in the room. I don't know how many folks use temp agencies. I know they're super important to some. They're really handy if you need kind of that fluid, workforce. And the province is going to be requiring that you only use a licensed temp agency come July 1st. And if they're not licensed, they have to have put in their application for a license by July 1st. So I think the question that I have is, how many growers will be in a conversation with their typical go-to and know for sure where that person is at? Are they going to go through with it come July 1st? Are they going to tell you on June 30th, you know what, I looked at it, it's just not worth it, I'm not doing it? And then what do you do? So OFVGA is going to, we're going to be running a webinar to take stock of how people are, kind of where people are in terms of preparation and the kind of questions that they have, the kind of get a feeling of what kind of conversations people are having with their go-to provider, but also to share some resources on what kind of questions you should be asking your go-to or anyone that you're looking to engage with come July 1st, and what kind of things to put into your documentation, because it's highly recommended, 2 more minutes, highly recommended that you have something in writing with whoever you go with come July 1st. Really good idea to have something in writing. The feds still have this whole rule, not just will there be more penalties if you go with someone that's, let's say fly by night, but the joint and several liability issue of like, if that provider doesn't pay their workers by the book, then users of that agency will be on the hook as well. So July 1st will be an interesting period. And I'll just finish off. Avia and I talked about public perception. There's always someone that seems to point at one of our growers and saying, look, they're not doing right by XYZ environment, by the workers and so on. The issue is, if you're looking amongst 24,000 workers in our sector, you're always going to have someone who had a bad day. Maybe they had a really legitimately bad experience and there's something that needs to be fixed. But the truth is, out of 24,000 workers that we have in our sector, foreign workers, the vast majority have very respectable, a word that comes up a lot is respect and pride. And a lot of them feel that they're being given respect and pride. Those stories need to be told. We're doing that through the More Than a Migrant Worker initiative. OFVGA's board approved $250,000, $250,000 for the initiative over the current 12-month cycle. And the kind of things that buys is publicity for those individual stories in the National Post, iPolitics, the publications that people read, the kind of people that don't know anything about farming. So folks in Ottawa, folks in Toronto, folks that read the national papers. We try to not spend too much on the regional papers because they're usually read by people that are more familiar with our industry and what we do. We're trying to get these stories, and we spend money on promoting, getting to the top of Google results, getting to the top of Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. All those things cost money. You have to pay all those search algorithms, or you have to spend money on getting to the top. So that's the kind of thing that money is being spent on. And obviously we make ourselves available for interviews if media wants to know more. One fight that we expect to have, I shouldn't say fight because it's always respectful dialogue supposedly, is the UN rapporteur. He did a publication last fall around how our program is modern day slavery, and that's not acceptable that anyone calls our program that. And we're going to be taking that on as well this fall. But I'm not down on this. I'm very upbeat about it. The fact that the board is putting this kind of money towards it means they see that after 2 years that it's bearing fruit, and it's way better than just sitting back and being upset that people misunderstand us. And it's important that people hear the workers talking about what the program means, because we can talk about ourselves all we want. People will say, well, that's easy for you to say. You have a vested interest in it. These guys have a vested interest in it as well. you can see it in their faces when they tell the stories. So it's more than a migrant worker. And we still, no, I was going to say we still invite people to volunteer workers to do interviews, but we've got over 150 worker interviews right now. So I think we actually have enough right now. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Are there any questions before we move on? $250,000.
So I think we started off with 100,000 and then we added to it.
You wanted to speak into the mic, Stefan.
Yeah,
The question was, why do people think it's modern slavery?
I feel like a lot of people are make a living, and I'll tell you what the honest thing, what I think is a lot of people make a living off of being activists. They don't have a professional kind of contribution other than being an activist. That's their existence. And that particular person's job title was Special UN Rapporteur on Modern Day Slavery. So any report he writes has to use, otherwise, why does he exist, right? So I think, and then our job is to not be cynical about it, just to be factual, sober, and respectful, and explaining why it's inaccurate, and we'll do that.
We get a temporary agency worker that wants to register, who can we contact to?
That's tricky. So this person would be undocumented so far and wants to register and kind of get back onto the legal radar, or is it a, what's the scenario? I don't have a resource. I can follow up. It's a question that we're going to face a lot more now, I think, because of what's happening. And I don't have an answer. Sorry, just to clarify, it's the registry that I'm aware of that I was mentioning is the registry for the temp agency owner. So the temp agency owner will have to say, this is my name as owner, my address, and some of the things, and then he has to put in a $25,000 guarantee. The workers themselves don't have to register with the government. It's his job to register the business, the agency, and then he has to follow the law to hire only legals, right? So if he currently hires people that are not documented, I don't know what that process is for that worker to say, hey, I want to do right. I want to get into the legal. I think I'll take that one back. It's a very good question. I think it's going to happen a lot more, that kind of conversation, now that people are really like, what are these guys going to do otherwise, right? If all these agencies stop doing business with anyone, what are the individuals going to do that currently rely on that as employment? We're going to have a lot of tough conversations, I think, to your point.
All right. In the moment of time, I think we'll just move on. Thank you for the questions. Next, we'll have Eric Phillips from Syngenta give us an update.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And on behalf of Syngenta, thank you for the opportunity to provide a crop protection update for 2024. For some of the new faces in the room that I haven't met, my name's Eric Phillips. I'm a horticultural specialist with Syngenta 1 and 2 in the province and cover Central Ontario. You can see my contact information up here on screen. And really 3 topics that I want to talk about here this afternoon. I'll touch on some recent crop protection updates. Of course, these are 2 products that you've probably heard before, but got through the registration process midway through 2023. So just want to provide some updates on some of the data that we've been able to collect and some positioning around both Allegro and Arondis Gold. Want to speak briefly on biologicals. New product in Amatis that we have new for 2024, and reintroduce you to Megafol. And then I'll close with just a review of Syngenta's carrot and onion spray programs. So if we start with Allegro, again, a product you're probably familiar with in terms of the uses historically that you've probably had on carrots. A very effective white mold product towards the end of the season. What I want to introduce you to or draw your attention to is the expanded use that you heard in the presentations this morning. So we've now added Stemphylium to that label and its use on onions. To call out some of the specifics on Allegro, you can see here the foliar rate is the same rate that you're used to applying in carrots. So that rate is transferred over to the onion use. So whatever rate you were applying on carrots is the same rate on onions. It is allowed to be applied up to 5 times in onions. So again, hopefully we don't have to get to a position where we're spraying that many times for Stemphylium, but it does have that flexibility should you need to, or potentially want to tank mix it. PHI and REI are on screen as well for you. 2 things to think and consider about Allegro. As you heard, it is a group 29, so this is a new unique mode of action for Stemphylium, a very exciting rotation partner. Things to consider, it is a contact fungicide. So we got to remember with a significant rainfall, probably going to have to think about reapplying. And then also if you have any new growth, right, that new growth isn't going to be protected like you historically are with a systemic that's going to move up into that new plant. So think about that and those 2 considerations when you consider making an application. In terms of performance, again, this is to set the expectation, right? Stemphylium is probably one of the most difficult to control diseases. In fact, there are no control products in the marketplace. And I just want to set the expectation that Allegro is a suppression-only product. It's a tool, but it's not the silver bullet that we all are looking for. In this case, over the last couple of years, we were trying to do some, or have been doing some work on the assessments. A shorter bar here in this case is good. In this case, roughly half the amount of Stemphylium. So again, not that silver bullet that we need, but it is an effective tool. So this past year had some opportunities to play with Allegro in some commercial fields. As part of a program here, you can see a slightly greener tissue on the left-hand side after incorporating Allegro as part of the spray program. But really its benefit is that rotation piece, the fact that it is a new mode of action, allowing you to continue to use those group 7s that we are solely relying on, it seems, as more and more molecules become resistant to Stemphylium. So the fact that Allegro, as I said, is a group 29, a new mode of action, a low resistance molecule, is going to allow us to have, potentially keep the molecules that we're using and relying on today to continue to work. Next piece of business is introducing to you Arondis Gold. Arondis Gold, again, registered partially through 2023, I want to believe, and is a very, very effective tool on downy mildew. So it's a combination of 2 active ingredients, a group 4 and a group 49. And you can see here calling out specifically in bulb vegetables, the downy mildew. What I'm encouraged about and excited about the opportunity with Arondis Gold is that use rate in onions is half the use rate that other farmers are needing to apply in some of their soil applications, making it a very effective downy mildew product for you. You can see a number of applications, pre-harvest and re-entry, are rather favorable as well. In terms of performance, in this case, you want a tall graph, or a tall bar, because that's the % of disease control that you see as a result of Arondis Gold. And in this case, nearly 97% clean-free leaves as a result of an application of Arondis Gold. So very, very effective on downy mildew. If you were here last year, remember, I had to play a bit of bad cop, sharing the news that Syngenta has discontinued the production of Ridamil Gold MZ. It's long been a standard for downy mildew control. But excited to see that Arondis Gold is going to replace that. And why we are so confident in its performance is you're getting robust rates of 2 very effective molecules on downy mildew. So if you're familiar here, this is 3 different registered products that are in the marketplace, or were in the marketplace in the case of Red Mill Gold MZ. These are at registered rates, the amount of active ingredient that's being delivered per hectare. So Arondis Gold is a combination of metalaxyl, which is in Ridamil Gold MZ, and oxathiopypramine, which is one of the components in Arondis Ultra. And as you can see here, as I try to bring up the robust rates, right? So you're getting full rate of Ridamil from the Ridamil Gold MZ, and you're getting actually a 3x rate of the oxathiopypramine that is registered in Arondis Ultra. So again, 2 very, very effective products and very robust rates to give you that confidence that the downy mildew is not going to be a problem for you. Switching gears now, a couple of minutes here on biologicals. So I want to introduce you to Amatis. Amatis is a biostimulant. So this is a soil applied or transplant applied drip irrigation soil biostimulant, all about stimulating root growth and the healthiness of those roots. A combination of vitamins, amino acids, polysaccharides, proteins, humic acid, all of these components are all to, as I said, help stimulate root growth. We've had the opportunity to trial it in some different crops. I'm going to show you peppers and broccoli, and we'll talk about the opportunity perhaps in onions this coming season. But these are some pictures out of Norfolk County where in this case, peppers was treated with, or Amatis was used in the transplant water. The visual differences are pretty stark. Slightly cleaner pictures here in this case. Again, washed, the mud out of here, and you can see the root development as a result of incorporating this product in the transplant water. Similar visual here in broccoli. Again, on the tailgate, pretty evident that you can see the untreated versus the Amatis treated. In this particular case, we did some root scan observations. So what I want to depict on this graph here is in the green here is the Amatis, and it's the relative change to the untreated. So anything in green is where the Amatis was observed as higher as a % difference. In the blue was where the untreated showed I guess a % difference relative to the Amatis. So in the Amatis treatment, we saw longer roots, more volume, and an increased surface area. In the untreated, we actually saw thicker roots. And
What's that first crop you had?
Peppers was the first crop. This is broccoli. Yeah. So while you think, a thicker root in diameter on the untreated, not necessarily a good thing, right? We've learned finer roots tend to typically find nutrients and water a little easier. So again, very encouraged by some of the results that we've seen with Amatis. Don't know about the opportunities in onions. Worst case, you're not going to see a difference. Best case, we can perhaps replicate some of this. So encourage you to contact me if you're interested in potentially trying some Amatis this season.
You ever tried it on camera?
Not that I know of, but something I can look into. Reintroducing you to Megafol, again, a product that's been around with Syngenta's acquisition of Allegro. It's now a product in Syngenta's portfolio. In this case, we're talking about a foliar biostimulant. So Amatis was soil applied. This is Megafol in the case is applied to the foliar side of things. Again, plant-based extracts, vitamins, amino acids, betaines, proteins, all about mitigating stress, right? Abiotic stresses that impact our crop, too hot, too cold, too wet, too dry. This is all about, crop recovery and making sure that our crops are doing as much as they can and are mitigated or trying to mitigate some of the abiotic stresses that we can sometimes experience. How is it derived? Well, it's from Norwegian algae. What makes these plants so unique is half the day they're growing in the sun, half the day they're growing in freezing cold tidal waters. So we extract some of the components from that, and in this case, apply it to the foliage of your crop, and again, manage some of the different challenges that you have, whether it be too hot, too cold, too wet, too dry. You see the up regulation in genes, whether it's injury, heat stress, cold stress, many of those different factors. What we're excited to trial this season is with some of those early plantings, are we able to mitigate some of the cold stresses that you see with application or early planted onions? And then potentially whether we can recover from herbicide injury faster. Of course, we know how sensitive some of those early leaves are. Will an application of Megafol in the tank help recover from some of that herbicide damage that we sometimes observe in some of those early leaves? I'll close with 2 slides here. Again, just a summary of our portfolio in carrots. Again, several different mold and leaf disease products. Again, encourage you to contact me or anyone at Syngenta with regards to how to incorporate our products into your spray program and when best to apply them. Similarly, in onions, again, several different tools here, Stemphylium being the biggest one that we have a challenge with, and when to make those strategic applications. Syngenta would recommend as early as 3 leaf, where we start thinking about applying some of those important and effective tools on Stemphylium. It's such a difficult disease to chase, so better to be ahead of it with preventative applications. So I want to thank you again for the opportunity. I wish you all well this season and with the rest of the conference. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eric. Our next presentation is going to be Tyler Blauel from the university here. It's going to give an update on the IPM program, and then we'll just transition into Geoff and Tyler are going to give an update on a new scouting project that we're going to go. So we'll just sort of roll right into that after Tyler's presentation.
All right, just one sec here. So hi, everybody. So today I just wanted to go over some IPM highlights from last year's season. And just before we start, a little bit of background on the program. So our objectives are to provide you growers in the marsh here with scouting. We do disease and insect forecasting, identification and diagnosis of diseases, insects, and weeds. We try to provide you with timely and accurate information on diseases and insect information. And we're always trying to improve and update the IPM program. And we're going to try to be implementing a couple new things this year, which we'll be talking about later. Our IPM AgriPhone updates, which we send out twice a week. On these reports, we have weather information, disease and insect pressure around the marsh, disease forecasting, and insect forecasting as well. Control products that we would recommend, any new products that are coming about, and any upcoming events that we're going to be holding or are related to veg production in the marsh. And before I go any further too, I just want to first off thank the Bradford Co-op, all of the participating growers, our chemical company sponsors, and the Ontario Agri-Food Innovation Alliance for all of your help supporting the program. Okay, now to jump into last year's season. Just in terms of weather, it was a bit of an odd season. Beginning of the season started off a little bit cool and dry. July, we received a lot of rain, much more than usual. Warm temperatures during this period as well. And then later in the season, leading up to harvest, it was also warm/hot to dry. So a few things to work with. last year in terms of weather and how it had an effect on the growth and diseases and insect pressure and everything, especially, you know, July through August. July in particular, receiving all of that rain. It was a fairly warm month as well. Those are pretty conducive conditions for many different diseases. We also have our diagnostic lab here in the marsh, on station. Last year, we received 126 samples, so a little bit of a bump, and possibly due to these weather conditions and maybe a little bit more disease. But most of these diagnostic samples were diseases. Sending in these diagnostic samples helps us confirm when we're seeing downy mildew or Stemphylium in the marsh. And service is also available to everyone. So if you have a concern with your plants, feel free to bring them in and we'll try to ID them for you. And just a little slide on some grower participation over the years. So the last few years, we've been seeing pretty steady acreage that we've been scouting, which is great. If we can continue this level or more, that would be awesome. Okay, now to talk about carrots. So the main carrot diseases we saw last year, first off, was cavity spot. Severity was not very high, but it was very common. We also saw some crater rot, some crown gall, forking and stubbing carrots, fusarium root rot, and then some of these other diseases down here we saw a little more, little less infrequently. And just looking at this is just a graph to help see how common these diseases were that we were finding. So something like cavity spot, it was found in 100% of the fields that we were sampling. But the max incidence that we came across was around 50% or so. So not exactly that high. And then you can kind of see the decrease in how common these diseases were. And a lot of these assessments are from our harvest assessment that we take at the end of the year before you harvest. In terms of carrot insects, the main two that we're always looking for, carrot rustfly, carrot weevil. We did see some aster leafhopper, and we're always looking for cutworm as well. I have some graphs coming up here, and the lines represent the average counts from all of the fields within each region, just so you know here. So when we look at our insect carrot weevil, overall, our averages were quite low in terms of carrot weevil cumulative counts per trap. For the most part, in most of our regions, the central region, we did have some higher numbers here. But really overall, we had 3 fields that surpassed this 1.5 cumulative weevils per trap threshold. And there is also a 5 cumulative weevils per trap threshold. And this one is where we recommend spraying at the 4th true leaf stage as well. And we only had 1 field surpass that threshold. And relating this to the damage that we saw in harvest, pretty minimal. Most regions we had around 0%. In the south here, we had very little, 0.6%. And I just wanted to show a bit of a population graph over time of our carrot weevil populations. So we can see this since 2010, we can see this increase that we had. And this was, right around the time we were losing our efficacy in imidan. And then we see this nice decline that's been happening over the years here. And this is likely due to our regular use of Rymon and XRL as well. But that's resulted in these really low numbers or average carrots that we've been finding with weevil damage. So that's been great. These products have been really good for us. And in terms of carrot rustfly was a little bit different than weevils. So their populations ranged quite a bit throughout the year. This first, I know these numbers seem pretty high, but this first generation here, we're not too worried about causing any significant damages to the carrots. It's more kind of the mid-July and the rest of the season, this second and on generations. are the ones that can cause damage to your carrots. So our threshold for carrot rust fly again is at 0.1 rust flies per trap per day, and that was surpassed by 9 fields of the 22 carrot fields that we were scouting at various times throughout that post mid-July period. And this resulted in a bit of a wide range of damage at the end of the season, anywhere from 0 to 5.7%. I thought I might as well show you also our carrot rust fly population over time as well, similar to the weevils. The main difference is obviously rust fly. There's no real trend here. All these numbers, these average populations are kind of all over the place. And then when we look at damage too, there's a pretty similar kind of relationship between high population and high damage. People say that you have a mild winter, that you're often going to have high insect activity the next year. That was the case for leading into our 2023 season. We did have a bit of a mild winter, and this past winter was quite mild too. So there's a possibility that we could expect some decent insect activity this year as well. In terms of aster leafhopper numbers, they varied a little bit. They kind of peaked a little bit at the beginning of the season and then started to kind of taper off. I think most growers kind of attacked the aster leafhoppers around this time, and their populations dwindled a little bit after that, which has been good, and that also resulted in less aster yellows that we saw at harvest as well. So just a bit of a carrot summary. So cavity spot was very common. However, its damage was fairly low to moderate. We did see a lot of leaf blight as well, very common with the warm and wet conditions. Carrot weevil damage was low. Rust fly damage was low overall, but it was sporadic, and it really did change from field to field. And again, aster yellows was minimal. Okay, now moving on to onions. So our onion diseases, the main disease that we were really dealing with a lot last year was Stemphylium leaf blight. From our harvest assessments, we did see a lot of pink root as well, but that was very minimal severity. A lot of purple blotch as well. Because of the warm and wet conditions, we did see quite a bit of bacterial rot in our fields too. The conditions were also conducive for downy mildew. So that did come up a few times as well, and we did see some white rot as well. And just to see how common these diseases were, Stemphylium was found in every field, and its max incidence was also 100 in a few fields as well too. So very high severity. Pink root again was very common, but generally the actual severity on the roots was quite low. Bacterial rot, you can see here, it was fairly common. We did find it in many fields, but its max incidence was quite low, which was good. And kind of similarly here with downy mildew, we found downy mildew in 8 of our fields, but incidence was very low for that too, which was great. And usually we just have a graph here to kind of graph out the progression of the average progression of Stemphylium leaf blight in our IPM onion fields. And this year, kind of mid-July, we really started to see this linear increase in average Stemphylium in our fields. This graph is a little bit different than previous years. Usually we kind of have a line jotting along over here, and it kind of peaks up right at the end of the season. It has more of an exponential growth. But this past year was quite interesting how it was kind of just a linear increase. And we've been talking about Stemphylium today. I just want to quickly go over, our recommended spray program for this. So if you have Evergoal treated seeds, we would recommend that first spray being Allegro. And then after that, usually this is around the time severities or conditions are a little bit more conducive. We'd recommend a Miravis Duo, then maybe a Circadus, and then a Provia Top or a Provia or Miravon around this time. And if there is a period between these sprays, that conditions are kind of getting, warm and dry. Conditions aren't as conducive for disease development. We would recommend you could probably go in and put an Allegro on to provide that little bit of extra protection during those periods of time as well. Sorry. Okay, so our onion insects, onion maggot flies, and thrips. So we first predicted onion maggot fly emergence around May 10th. We first trapped them on May 18th. Their populations varied quite a bit throughout the season. We didn't see too much damage. We generally saw the most onion maggot damage in transplant onions. Now for thrips, thrips populations varied a bit as well, but they really weren't too high last year, possibly due to the amount of rain that we saw in July. But again, our thresholds for Movento, our thresholds for thrips, we've talked about this a little bit today. You want to put on that Movento as your population kind of starts to build. And then after that, we've been recommending a 3 thrips per leaf threshold for putting on those other products. So an onion summary, Stemphylium leaf blight was very common and severity was quite high in many fields. Downy mildew was present as well in the marsh, but it really was kept under control. We only found it in 8 fields, but it never really got out of hand in any of our scouted fields. We did see some white rot and onion maggot damage. This mainly, again, affected our transplant onion fields. Bacterial rot, again, we usually don't see this too much, but we saw it last year and it was fairly common, mainly due to the weather. And pink root, again, it was common, but severity was very low. Now just to touch on celery a little bit. In terms of our celery diseases, our leaf blights, leaf curl, the severity and incidence was, severity was quite low. For leaf blights, incidence was fairly high. Leaf blights were very common, but you were all doing a really good job at keeping these diseases from spreading. Pink rot, bacterial rots, these were generally low to moderate, and that's probably due to the warm, wet conditions as well. And fusarium and aster yellows were very low throughout the season. In terms of insects were really kept under control as well. We really didn't see any big populations in damage from tarnished plant bug or aster leafhopper or aphids, and we didn't see any carrot weevils. Again, all of this information is available in our green book. And I just want to touch on a couple slides here too. So this is just a list of all the diseases that we're looking for in our scouting program, and then also the forecasting models that we use to kind of predict them. And this is just a list of all the insects that we're generally looking for in your fields and some of the degree day models that we use for them as well. We've also been using a spore program to kind of complement our forecasting models. So we have these roto-rods that has been talked about earlier, and they do a really good job of helping us identify downy mildew, Stemphylium, and any other diseases that are airborne. So for next year, we're going to be offering scouting at the same price as the past few years, $60 an acre. We will continue scouting twice per week throughout the growing season from May up until harvest. But new and exciting this year, we're going to be we now have an IPM scouting app that we will be able to use to deliver electronic reports to you to your email or phone. But there is again the option of using those traditional physical reports if you'd like. Geoff and I are going to go into the our IPM app in just a minute. IPM app in just a minute here and just give you a little bit of a demo. And our IPM report again will be sent out twice per week. If you're interested in scouting, feel free to talk to me. I'll be reaching out to you, I'm sure, throughout April here. And if you are looking for any more information, feel free to check out our website. follow us on Twitter and subscribe and check out our YouTube channel, Muck Crops IPM. There's some interesting IPM videos up there. And with that, I would just like to thank all the growers who participate in the program, all of our IPM scouts, they do a great job every year, and all of our funding partners. So are there any questions? If there aren't any questions, Geoff will come up here and we'll give you a little bit of a demo on our new app. Yep, right.
So we just got this yesterday ourselves. So we kind of been playing around with it, trying to figure it out. A friend of mine's actually been working on this for about a month, and we're just kind of finalizing it now, figuring out the details, but hopefully this will give us a good idea of what we're working with here. So I'll share my screen.
So all of the information that's on our reports that we have right now will be transferred to these electronic reports. But there are going to be some additions to these electronic reports, which will be nice. Okay, awesome. So this is kind of the, so first I should say the scouts now will be walking around with these iPads. We're going to have holsters or necklaces and stuff like that. So it's not going to be cumbersome or anything like that when they're out in the field. They're still going to be able to do everything just as they were. This is kind of their general form that they're going to be filling out as they scout your field. So they can just do quick things, right? Like change to 7-leaf. We're in an onion field right now. The date right now is July 25th, so a little bit later in the year. We can put our onion thrips to, let's say, 4 per leaf. Onion maggot, we'll change that a little bit. Put that a 1% damage. Let's say we saw downy mildew, Stemphylium. You can put in, they'll be able to put in their percentage of leaves that they've been finding with the disease. The other option here too is they will have an opportunity to put in pictures, and those will kind of correlate to the final report. So that is a nice touch there as well. So let's just say we had some purple blotch, we have some white rot, let's just say 1%. And they can add some, we have weeds, of course, and we have some observations that they can put in at the end. So at this point here, they just save it. And then I'll pass this over to Geoff here, and he'll just explain the final report. So this is what you would be getting in your email or to your phone.
So the reports are pretty self-explanatory, hopefully. This is kind of a sample one just based on the info Tyler just put in. It'll track it over time too. So each week you'll get a updated version you can check whenever you'd like. For each of these right now in this version, we don't have the images implemented, but we'll also be able to put in the GPS coordinates. So if you want, you can go out and find the exact plant they've taken a picture of or where it is. But overall, you get the idea. If something does trigger over threshold, you'll see, red warning text. So it should make it fast and easy to kind of go through and see what you're looking for. From here too, they'll have the ability to either send it to your phone on text, to your email. On the back end, we can also pull the data and put it right into our Excel files to help Tyler make his reports. So this should help streamline the whole process and make it easier for everyone.
Yeah. So we hope there's a lot of interest this year. Again, we're going to be kind of offering the opportunity to either go with the electronic service this year or stick with the old reports. So we're not totally getting rid of the old traditional reports. But we're just trying to, make this information more accessible to you. Part of one of our objectives. So let me know if you're interested. Just think about it. And just again, touching on our objectives, trying to always revamp the IPM program. We also recently got a 3D printer, and we're just trying to use that to create components or objects or little pieces of equipment that we use in our IPM program. It makes things a fraction of the price. And we think that it's going to do a really good job. So we're excited to try experimenting with that. And the main thing here, though, is this new IPM app that we're going to be offering. So think about it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions for sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Karen. Right now it's Muck Scout.
Be creative.
Yep. Yeah, yeah.
That was my question.
Yeah, was it?
Sending you the app, how the app.
So right now the app is going to be just for our scouts. And then it'll just help them generate the reports that they can send directly to you. Although we have talked about implementing like a grower version where you could go in, see all your reports on there within the same interface. And then also then you could really pinpoint, you could take the app out and it would guide you to where you wanted to go if you wanted to see where they'd taken their pictures or something like that. And yeah, if you have any suggestions for the app or any ideas, this is still a very early version. We're still finalizing, trying to figure things out. So we're more than open to ideas.
Is there any component to the app for notifying the scout about reentry?
No, we don't have that, but that's a great
idea.
idea. It's something that yeah, just
Yeah, Kyle brought up if there was a component to let the scouts know about the reentry period if the grower had sprayed, and it's a great idea because right now our scouts are texting them every time they go and bugging them, and if they could just put that information in the app so the scout could check, we'd probably need the scout or the grower implement side for that. But yeah, really good idea.
Yeah, some might be down in the pipeline a little bit, but that's for sure a really good idea. And yep, for sure, it can make the app much more robust for sure. Any other questions? All right, yeah, Kevin.
Just a comment about it now being distributed to equipment so that multiple people can get the same report, like it'll all go and all be PDF or text of PDF.
Yeah.
The schedule won't have to go back to a report card. That report will be.
Yeah, 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 exactly. So whoever you would want whoever you would want to receive these reports, send me their emails, and basically it would be like an automatic email sent to everybody on your farm, so that you guys would all get them at the same time. All right, if there's not any more questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. So our last presentation is of the day will be Shawn Janse, and Shawn's going to give an update of the onion research, onion variety trial research that was done this year.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, thank you guys for hanging in there today. We'll get things wrapped up. So I'm going to talk today about my onion variety trials that I had. So I did yellows and reds last year. So we're just going to go through there and do some of the highlights of the trials from the 2023 trial. So starting off with the yellows, I seeded them on May 11th. I had 37 cultivars from 8 different companies. Oh, hang on, it's moving. I pulled and topped all at the same time on the 25th and 27th, and I did the evaluations from the 4th to the 18th of December. As far as the trial goes, just some general comments on the trial. Germination and vigor was fair. They came up okay. The stand was sort of there. I did try this year seeding them a tiny bit heavier because in the past, what's been happening when we get to the average number of bulbs per foot, when I was dropping seed in the 9, 10, 11 range, I was ending up with about 6. So this year we kind of bumped it up a little bit and we were more into the 10, 11, 12 seeds a foot. And you'll see the average number of onion bulbs that harvested was up also a little bit. So just keep that in mind. Growth was steady and satisfactory through most of the year. Insects were kept at a pretty manageable level. I never really had any crazy thrip infection or anything like that occurring. Stemphylium leaf blight was at a moderate level, and really a lot of that came in the month of August, became a real pain, especially when we started seeing that massive tip dieback that occurred last summer. I mentioned it here, a high percentage with tip dieback. So in the green book, you'll see a listing. I sort of did severe, high, moderate, and low tip dieback. I believe it was around, trying to call from memory. I think it was around the 14th of August that I did that. I just went out and kind of walked up and down and kind of did a rating. So it's the first year I've done that. And there was no cedars found in the trial this year at all. Overall, when it was said and done at evaluation, I had poor yields. It was also slightly uneven between the replicates. So Rep 1 actually had the smallest yield. I believe Rep 3 sort of had the more larger yield in it when I ran statistics. Stand counts, as I mentioned, were up 8.4. Most of the calls were peewees. A good neck finish. They were mature at harvest. I did notice this year the color was slightly lighter. It didn't quite seem to have the same type of skin quality that I've had in the last few years. And I just sort of summed it up as a fair skin quality overall. Trial averages, so 8.4, as I mentioned, up a little bit compared to the 6 I've had for the last few years. My yield was way down, 940 bushels per acre, 4.8% onion maggot damage. That was a bump up. There were a few varieties that had higher maggot damage. I think that did influence this overall average as a whole. In the Green Book, also, you'll see listed what the seed treatment was for each of the varieties that were entered also. I have that recorded there too, so you can take a look at that too. The days to harvest was 110, so that was also a bump up a bit compared to the previous few years. Firmness was actually down a bit. I did find when I did evaluation that they were slightly more on the softer side than what I have seen in the past. And the overall score, or the qualities, taking into account all the qualities of the onions, too, was sort of down this year. So I'm not painting a great rosy picture of the 2023 onion variety trial, but as a whole, from the last few years, it was a little more on the poorer side overall. Looking at percent marketable, trial average was 87.3, similar to 21 and 22, slightly, I think it was a little tiny bit down. It ranged from 96 to a low of 67. Half the trial was higher than 89. Again, the main call in the trial was peewees, and the top 6 varieties that had the highest percent marketable when at evaluation, Safrane and Catskill. If you were here yesterday, I mentioned if you see a number behind a name, that's just a number of years that it's been up in the top percentile. So Catskill, 2nd year in a row that it's been up there. Safrane at 96, Stokes at, well, 95.5 basically. LaSalle from Stokes at 94, Switchback from Tacky at 93. And again, that's the 3rd year these guys have been up in the top percentiles for the last 3 years. Milestone and Traverse were the top, finish off the top 6. 92.5 and basically 92.5 there. So those are the varieties that had the highest percent marketables. Looking at yield, again, trial average was only 940, way down. It was down by 100 from compared to last year, and I thought last year was a little on the poor side. It ranged from 12 to 400. Again, you got to use it as a comparison, as I sort of mentioned yesterday. An extra bulb or two picked up in our small plots can add several bushels to your overall thing. So you have to use that as a comparison. Approximately half the trial was above 1,000. The majority of my onions fell in the 2.5 to 2 inch size range. Previous years, it's a little more onto the 3 to 2.5 inch range. So overall, I may have had more onions, but they also were smaller. The top 6 varieties that had the best as far as yield goes, Valencia from Bejo at 1209 bushels per acre, Catskill from Stokes at 1173, Switchback from Tacky at 1161, LaSalle from Stokes at 1157, Safrane at 1150, and Oneida from Bejo also at 1124. So again, pretty common names, varieties that we're pretty familiar with, still kind of rising to the top of the variety trial, still standing out. Some of the new stuff wasn't quite there yet. Looking at percent jumbo, so I consider jumbos anything that's over a 3 inch in diameter and greater. This year, we had a 12% drop compared to last year, and only a trial average of about 4%. So way down again. So again, I had more onions harvested, but the size just wasn't there in them. But the varieties that did have the highest percent as far as jumbos go, Bradley from Bejo at about 30%, Thunderstone from Hazara at 18.5%, Ridgeline, it's the 4th year that it's been up in there in the top ones with the highest percent of jumbos, from Tacky at 15%, 37-126, a number of variety from Hazara, 3rd year that it's been in there at 13%, and Killington from Seminis at 5.9. Is Bridget here? Bridget, what's the number again of Killington? Yeah, so we've had 1496 a few years in the trials also, just so you're aware. It was named this year. Sorry, thank you for that. In the main onion, looking at the scores or the quality of the onions, looking at uniformity, shape and size, skin thickness, attachment color, neck finish, an overall rating. The trial average was 6.82. It was fair. Skins kind of brought this down a little bit, I would say. It ranged from 7.85 good to 5.44. But the varieties that had the best score or qualities overall, Hazara's a number variety from there, 37-34-6B at 7.85. Frontier always has amazing skin, so it usually does quite well in the score range. Hamilton from Bejo at 7.3, Oneida, Gunnison, both from Bejo at 7.69 and 7.67, and Mountaineer from Taki at 7.52. And again, some of these names also are some varieties that we right away can pick up on, usually having a little better quality. Usually one of the main factors here is, again, better skin quality overall. And neck finish too is a factor in these. But these are the varieties that had the best overall rating. Looking at onion maggot damage. So as I mentioned already, in the green book, you'll see what the seed treatments were, was Suppresto and Everglow, or I think there might even been a couple that had Triguard on there, some different things like that. So that's a bit of a factor here for onion maggot damage. It was average again at 4.8, but the varieties that had the least amount, Switchback that was entered by Taki and also Seminovis, basically, well, 0 and 0.2, Oneida, Traverse, number variety from Enzazetta, Highlander from Taki, all of them 1% or less. And again, when I'm doing onion maggot damage at evaluation, not in the field, but at evaluation, I'm looking for anything from something that's an unmarketable onion to just seeing if there's any pinholes from the 3rd generation feeding. So I'm taking everything into account there. So keep that in mind also. A couple of varieties that had a little higher percentages that probably affected our overall average. Horatio from Hazara, number variety from Taki, Thunderstone, Frontier, and 37-126 from Hazara, ranging from 15% to basically 24% of the onions having some type of a marking on there. And again, please keep in mind, not necessarily an unmarketable onion, could just simply be a small little mark of a feeding spot where on the 3rd generation, something was marked on there. So moving on to the onion storage. So the onion storage was okay, unlike the carrot storage from last year. We had 36 varieties from the 2022 season that went in. It was in there for about 44 weeks. And just some trial averages. Percent marketable was 55.2, basically equal to what we saw of the 2021 onions. So no real change there. Weight loss was 6.7. It's actually, we had less weight loss last year than what we saw in the 21 trial by about 3%. However, sprouting was up quite a bit. It was 35.9, up by 3%. We had a low amount of rot and software found. As a whole, the onions held up well. There was sprouting and maybe some softness, but the onions held up well. Firmness was a bit better than average, and fair amount of top and root sprouting. So that was more the issue than anything. They were breaking dormancy. Looking at the ones that had the highest percent of marketable onions coming out of the storage trial, Horatio from Hazara at 81.7, Fortress from Stokes at 80.1, Fortress not surprising being up in there. LaSalle from Stokes, it's basically 79%. Horatio from Seminovis at 78.6%. Stanley from Clifton at basically 76%, and Powell from Bejo at 75.2%. And you can see there, this is just a picture of when we're doing the judging. Oops, wrong way. When we're doing the judging, these are the marketable ones that maybe have a bit of sprouting, whether it's at the root or the top. If there's any type of rot that occurs, and if an onion is a bit, I'll say spongy, soft, spongy typiness, we kind of separate them out. So, and the ones that not surprisingly had the lowest amount of marketable are usually the early varieties, ones that don't store very long. They're sort of, I always describe them as December onions. You kind of want them up and gone by December. But Mondello and Mindy from Bejo are 17 and 10%. But just to give you an idea, you can see too, a lot of sprouting occurring. The key thing is that sprouting is going to happen. I always more interested in seeing if there's a lot of rot or anything like that. And generally as I mentioned, this past year was not too much of an issue. So it was good to see. Looking at sprouting, the ones that had the least amount of sprouts that occurred, Milestone from Tacky at about 10%, Horatio from Hazara at 10.5%, Fortress, LaSalle, and Horatio from Seminovus at 14.5%. And again, the trial average was basically 36% and an increase of about 3% compared to the 2021 onions. And of course, these two varieties have been in the lowest amount sprouting for about 4 years in a row and the last 2 years here. Weight loss, so the decrease of weight that was occurred, the varieties that had the least amount of weight loss, Switchback, oh, wrong button. Here we go. Switchback, LaSalle at about 5%, Catskill, Overlook, Saddleback, and Mountaineer at about 5.5% of weight loss from when they went in to they came out. So storing pretty good that way, not losing too much. Firmness, the ones that kind of still held up. Basically, you want to be at least I'd say 7.5 or better. That's still fairly firm. So Crockett for the from this angle, a 5th year in a row, it's kind of coming in as the #1. It's still holding its firmness. Horatio at 7.8, Safrain, Gunnison, and Dawson from Beigio at 7.5. So basically 4 Beigios and then 1 Hazara that was entered by Seminova there. So, and the trial average was about 7. As a whole, I thought they came out still pretty decently firm compared to some years where they can be a little more on the softer side. Even though we saw some sprouting, they were still holding up some firmness. Moving on to the red onions. So I seeded them on May 11th. Don't let the picture fool you. This is just one that I had. We did do direct seeded this year, and we seeded them the same days we did the yellow variety trial. We had 13 cultivars from 6 different companies. We pulled and topped them on the 21st. They were actually ready before the yellows were, as far as that goes. Less varieties, a little easier to kind of juggle it all. And I did the evaluations on the 18th to the 21st of December. Germination and vigor, again, was fair. It had no real issues there. Entire season, they grew quite steadily. However, Stemphylium in this area here probably was a little bit more noticeable earlier and also probably a little more heavier than what we saw in the yellow varieties. The reds do seem to be a little more susceptible to that. And the percentage of tip dieback was a lot higher in here too. You'll see that when you're looking at the book that they're a little more severe and higher level ratings on tip dieback compared to the yellows. And right off the bat, just so you guys are aware, the size was very disappointing. They really did not size up very much at all. So I had low yields in here for sure, definitely more noticeable yet than what we saw in the yellows. Low amount of rot. So this quite often in the red, sometimes we see more neck and skin issues, but here in this trial, it was not too bad at all for that. Lower percent of jumbos, again, smaller yields, not surprising. Stand counts were actually pretty good at 8.6. Again, I was aiming for a little thicker stand. Good neck finishes overall and pretty good skin quality too, all things considered for a red onion variety. Trial average, again, 8.6 onions per foot, only 853 marketable bushels per acre, a fairly big drop from last year. 4.6 onion maggot damage, again, just like the yellow variety trial, a slight increase in that. 110 days to harvest, also like the yellows, a slight increase in that. Firmness, 7.5. I did find the reds to be a little less firm than I thought they would be. And they also were a little less firm than what the yellow varieties were as a whole too. A score of 6.6 average, and some of that's to do with a little bit with some skin issue, which I'll touch on in a minute. Percent marketable, trial average was 85, similar to what we saw in the yellows, ranged from 94 to 65. Half the trial was higher than 88. Calls in here, though, we had more doubles than we did anything else. So there was doubles, there was an odd rot, and a few P we also found in here. And the top 6 varieties, as far as percent marketable goes out of those 13, the #1 was Red Carpet. #2 is Red Wing at about 94 and 93%. And again, you can see like 6 years in a row, it's been up there in the top percent marketable. Red Wing, 3 years in a row, up there in percent marketable also. Rubellin from Tacky at 93%, basically. Ruby Ring, variety we're all very familiar with, at about 92.5%, still marketable at evaluation. And Bolero from Enzazetta at 90.5, and Red Mountain from Beijio at 89, basically 89.5% still marketable at evaluation. Looking at yield, again, yield was very disappointing. Trial average was 853 bushels per acre. It was a decrease of over 400 from the 2022 season, so pretty significant. Range from 1,000 basically to 400 for one variety. Approximately half the trial was above 900, still quite subpar. But the 6 varieties that had the highest yield out of those 13, Red Marley from Seminis at about 1,086, Red Mountain from Beijio at 1,032, Red Wing from Beijio at about 1,000, Bolero from Enzazetta at 994, and the numbered variety from Seminis, that's not named, right, Bridget? No, thank you. At 969, and Rubellin from Tacky at 880. So those are the 6 varieties out of those 13 that had the better yields out of the trial. Looking at jumbos, it was just non-existent in the trial. They were all quite small, but the 3 varieties that had the highest amount of jumbos present was Red Carpet, Red Marley, and Red Garcia, 2.5 to 11%. And it basically was a drop of 25% compared to last year. And as I mentioned also, the yield was down by 400%. So probably most of that yield loss was due to undersizing when we lost our jumbos there. Looking at the qualities again, in here, the big thing here was skin attachment. The skin thickness was quite acceptable and decent on the reds. However, I did see a fair bit of cracking, and a few of them had a bit of peeling happening in the reds, which we know reds can be a little more susceptible to that than yellow varieties are. But that was the biggest thing there, was more than anything in drawing down some of the overall averages for uniformity would probably be the, for score, I should say, would be the attachment of the skin in the varieties. Neck finish and an overall rating. Neck finishes as a whole for the reds, they did mature quite nicely. They were in good shape. I did not find a lot of rot happening in the necks either. So that's a good sign too, that they were dry and quite mature at harvest time. So it was quite good there. But the trial average was 6.6, just kind of average. It ranged from 7.3, something good, to one variety only having a 5.78, being on the poor side. But the ones that had the best score, Rubellin from Tacky at 7.3, Red Wing, Red Carpet from Beijio, it's basically 7 and basically around 7 for both of them. Bolero from Zazetta at 6.93 and Red Mountain from Beijio at 6.93. Looking at interior color. So in there, I'm looking at trying to get the least amount of white here and what these rings, how distinctively noticeable are these rings when you're cutting it and having a look inside. So the ones that had the better interior color as far as a good solid color all the way through with the least amount of color in the center, Comrade from Clifton at 8.3, Tanat from Enzazetta at 8, Red Carpet at 8 from Beijio, number variety from Hazara 37128 at 7.7, and Bolero from Enzazetta at 7.3, trial average 7.1. Overall, compared to, I'm going to roll back a bit of time here, say 10, 15 years ago, reds have come a long way in getting nice, even color all the way through. The biggest thing now that I really, when I'm rating for this, is how big is the white in the center? Does it take up 1 or 2 rings in there? And how distinct is the red in the ring? Some of them go from a very kind of light pinkish color to a slightly purpley color to a nice solid deep red color. And I cannot remember off the top of my head, but I do know there was one red onion when I cut it, it actually bleeds. It actually bleeds the color from the skin ring a little bit. You can see it in there. So I believe that's commented in the variety book. So again, we're coming to the end of the Muck conference. I kind of very quickly went through all the varieties trial stuff. if you take a green book home with you, in there's a lot more detail as what I'm looking at as far as evaluation goes. There's also a section in there on comments for the onion variety trial, comments about the storage trial, the season summary, how I grew them, the different insecticides, fungicides, fertilizers, all that type of stuff that I put on over through the growing season. So please feel free to take some time and peruse through that a little bit more so, and that's just on the front counter there. Just a reminder, all of our old green books and other information's on our website, so please take a bit of time. I know I talked a bit about this yesterday. We do have a YouTube channel with which the conference itself will be on there eventually. Some variety trial, there's some IPM videos, things like that. So take some time to take a look through that. And Tyler does send out, I guess I have Twitter there, X, whatever you want to call it nowadays, little important things when maggot flies are high or something, we're seeing something, whatever's happening out there. So keep that in mind. And of course, thank you to Tyler. Tyler was helping out this year. And we had summer students, Maya and Adriana, also that helped get the variety trials completed and harvested and weeded and everything else all entail. So, and then finally, because I'm the last one for today, we just want to acknowledge some people here. Basically, I call it, it's the Muck Station staff, but it's our tech team. So Kevin, Geoff, and Tyler set the room all up, take care of all this computer stuff and online presentations and everything like that. So a big thanks to them with everything they do for that. Thank you for the growers for coming out and participating. This is why we do this, is for you guys. We appreciate you coming out and spending some time with us, and hopefully you learned something here today and yesterday also. We also like to thank our sponsors that provide door prizes and lunch and our lunches that we're able to have. So they're all along here. And basically they're all companies we know: Alliance, BASF, Bayer, Corteva, FMC, Holmes, Stokes, Syngenta, Enzazetta, Seedway, Seminova, and FS Partners. So please, and as the growing season goes, say a thank you to them. And maybe when you were here today or yesterday too, you might have said thanks to them. So, and with that, I think that basically concludes this year's Grower Information Days. Again, thank you. We'll be back next year, Lord willing. And we wish you a good growing season. Hopefully we'll get out there sooner than later. So, all right. Thank you. Yeah, as Kevin mentioned, please take a donut. Let's get them all cleaned up. So that'd be awesome. And do not feel you have to rush out of here. If you want to sit around and chat or ask questions, feel free. It's no problem at all. So, okay, thanks.